34 54th 9th Avenue and 351 355 West 14th Street. This meeting is being recorded and live streamed on Community Board 4's YouTube channel. Paul and I will be running this meeting. Jesse Bodine will be managing Zoom logistics, such as muting and unmuting. Because this is the first time we're using Zoom to conduct a Chelsea Land Use Committee meeting, we ask for your patience and your cooperation. For example, there will be a time lag between the time you're called on to speak and when you're unmuted. Now, Paul will continue in this introduction.
So this meeting is being set up using a different format in Zoom called Webinar, which allows everyone who's in attendance to see what we call panelists, which is the committee members, the representatives from elected offices, and the applicant. Everybody else is in a different section of the meeting. I can monitor and see that there are 75 attendees at this moment. But those images and those voices are not heard and seen until we call upon you and move you into a panelist section. I'd like to remind everybody to keep yourself muted. With so many people in the system at once, even the smallest background noise from each person collectively causes a lot of noise, making it hard to hear other people speak. So please, if you are unmuted and Jesse doesn't mute you back, please mute yourself. Anybody who's attended, any of the public attendees who have logged in video should see functions at the bottom of their screen, which includes muting, video, chat, Q&A, and raise hand. This is for the people who are attendees, not panelists. I'm going to quickly run through these features so you all know how they work. The chat feature is to be used only for communication about technical issues. Jesse and Lowell are going to be monitoring that, but Betty and I will not be monitoring that. So please do not put in comments about the presentation, just about technical question. The raise hand feature is how we will know that a member of the public would like to speak when we get to the public session. If you'd like to speak during the public comment portion of the meeting, you can raise your hand using the Zoom feature of raise hand so you can be called on. But the Q&A feature is the most important one. It allows the public to type in a statement or a question. When we get to the public speaking portion of the meeting, I will then read out those statements and recognize the people who are associated with them. And then if there is a question, we can move people into the question statements. For any members of the public that called in and are not on video, you have the ability to mute using *6, and you have the ability to raise hand using *9. So *6 to mute, *9 to raise your hand when you want to ask a question. But you will not have a Q&A feature on the phone. So let's turn back to, so those are issues on the process of how the Zoom function will work. So I'll go back to Betty now.
Yes, just to continue, this application was presented and discussed at the February 18th Chelsea Land Use Committee meeting. Because there were so many outstanding issues, the committee decided to continue the public hearing. Ordinarily, that committee meeting would have been March 16th, but that meeting was canceled. We're moving ahead with this application because LPC has restarted its public hearing process, and Community Board 4 has the approval and the ability to do Zoom meetings. This application will be voted on at the full board meeting May 6th, conducted again by Zoom, and LPC has scheduled a public hearing for May 12th on this item. Our agenda just for this proposal at this meeting is first, we will have the applicant's presentation. Committee members will ask clarifying questions to the applicants. And then there will be a public session, which will have Q&A from the public and statements by the public. Then finally, there's the committee discussion and vote. I'll be running the Chelsea land use portion. Jesse will unmute and mute people in turn, and I will steer questions to the applicants, architects, and representatives. I will be calling on each committee member in alphabetical order. If a second round of questions is necessary, then I'll call on people members who have raised their hands in Zoom. Paul will be running the public session portion of the meeting, and he will call on people as described. And finally, the Land Use Committee members, using the same technique of speaking, will discuss the proposal and take a vote. And as Paul said, if you have a technical question about any of this, please write your question to Jesse in the chat box. Now we will begin. We'll start with the applicant's presentation. Harry Kendall and George C. Verdecker, architects, will be presenting from BKSK Architects. So take it away, guys.
Hosting it and making it possible. Obviously, we're in a very trying time, and as much as we differ on views on this particular project, I'd much rather see everybody's face. But I think we're ready to share the screen, Jesse, if we can go to our presentation.
I should say to everyone that as most of you will remember, I presented the last time. There was a few comments about the length of the presentation. George is a little better than I am at being concise. So, and also you haven't heard from his voice, and he's been very, very involved with the details of this project. So I'm turning it over to him, and then at the end, he'll ask me if I have any further comments, if I want to point out something he's neglected to say, or if there's something I want to sum up. But so I turn it over to George.
And to that comment, that was my introduction, and I could have done it a lot shorter. Go ahead and go on to sheet number 2.
George and Harry, can we just hold on 1 second? I'm just going to exit. I just want to make sure if people can, the attendees can see what I'm presenting on the screen. If you can do that in chat and let me, some of the attendees can confirm that you're seeing everything that we're seeing.
Certainly.
Great. It's visible. Thank you.
Yes, okay,
Yes.
thank you very much.
So if we can go on to sheet 2, Jesse. So I think everybody knows by now that we are on the corner of 9th Avenue and 14th Street, and we are talking about 54 to 54 9th Avenue and 351 and 355 West 14th Street. They're both enormously significant buildings within the Gansevoort Historic District. And our proposal is to add an infill building in behind and restore the buildings in front. Go ahead to 3. So this is a rendering of our proposal. And as you can see, the buildings in the foreground, the very important historic buildings on 9th Avenue and 14th Street. It is our intent to completely restore those buildings and then to place a new infill building, 9 stories, in behind those two. Go ahead to 4. The buildings, as they are currently exist, and this image of 9th Avenue is a good indication of that, are substantially compromised from their historic appearance. And primarily, I think that has to do with their three-dimensional appearance, not only the individual details that we intend to restore of the structures, but also in terms of their roofscapes and their general appearance. Their massing as it shows up from the street is as important as anything having to do with the individual details of either building. So if we can go to the next slide. I think we mentioned before, and we'll mention again, that on the left-hand side is the earliest photograph that we've been able to find of the site, and it's been our touchstone as we develop the project and think about the restoration. If you zoom in on all the little details as we have, you can begin to understand what's important about the historic structures and what is important to essentially recreate, renovate, restore. On the right-hand side are analogies of the Schermerhorn Row in South Street Seaport, where one can see the effect of thinking about a building, historic structures in a three-dimensional sort of massing quality, where the roofscapes, the details of the roofscapes are as important to the character of the buildings and their restoration as anything else. Let's go on to the next one. So we start in on the details of the site. Everybody knows where our site is. This is a quick diagram of it. We are at the corner of 9th Avenue and 14th Street. A portion of our site extends into 15th Street. The proposal is to build exclusively on the corner portion of the site. Zoning bisects the site into a residential portion and a commercial section. The Landmarks Preservation Historic District border also bisects the site and our building. And if I can just quickly point out on the left-hand side at the upper left-hand side that the nature of the blocks in the historic district are very dense, and that one can see that in the patterning of the figure ground that you're looking at, where the center of the blocks are often completely occupied and taken up. That seems to be a characteristic of the district and is immediately different to the east of us and our site. Next shot. So here's a more detailed look at our site, and you can see with the color coding the various portions of the site. Again, the historic buildings are in the red on the plan. The new infill section is rendered in blue. And in yellow is a portion of our site that is not to be touched for the most part, and includes along 15th Street and a historic building in itself that is not part of the historic district, but is to be valued. And we are currently in discussion, or the owner is in discussion with the Landmarks Conservancy about creating a historic preservation easement for that structure. Because as you will note, if you walk down the street, it is quite lovely and remains unprotected by the historic district. As you move back in the yellow portion of the site, there is a yard behind that building. And as you continue south on the yellow portion of the site, there is an existing portion of the our building that is a one-story section and will remain as is. On the lower part of our site, if we can go back, thank you, where our building abuts 345 West 14th Street, there is a crosshatched section and a notch out of the blue portion of our building. And you can see that those two intersect at that point. That represents an easement that our site has with 345 West 14th Street, or that 345 West 14th Street has on our site. We're respecting that easement in its entirety. It allows 345 West 14th Street to have its legal light and air as required to maintain all of the habitable rooms within the development. And we'll have some quick comments on that at the end of our presentation that Harry will make. The overall floor area, I'm sorry, back on that, Jesse, yes, thank you, sorry. One more comment just to quickly make. The overall floor area that we have left for our development is about 73,000 square feet. The 13,000 of that will be not utilized because primarily we've made the decision to set back behind the existing historic buildings. So we're leaving some FAR on the table. Our zoning lot includes 345 West 14th Street as part of the zoning envelope for this particular site. We're going to move on to the next one. I'd like to actually skip to sheet 14 at this point. So let me just say, as we're skipping, that Land Use Committee has given us some direction as to what they'd like to see us cover as a summary of what we had talked about previously, and that's what I'm going through now. They've also asked us for some additional information, and that'll be towards the end of this presentation. Just going to take a drink of water. So I think one of the things that becomes self-evident, at least to us, is the relationship of our building to its immediate context, and how much it plays into a dialogue with the other two buildings to create a kind of tripartite examination of various reactions to buildings to historic districts. If you look at the left-hand side, and you had Porterhouse, it's clear that that's a fairly aggressive interpretation of a contemporary addition to an existing masonry building. The contemporary addition is metal and glass, and the existing is brick. On the right-hand side, 345 West 14th Street also plays works with an aesthetic that recalls, it's a new building, it recalls the same kind of currents, architectural currents that are running through the district, basically masonry up against metal and glass, and does it differently as it creates a brand new structure. Our building works with the masonry foreground and the metal and glass background in a different way. We sit completely behind the historic structure and have our new building, our new infill, sit in behind it completely, so that the two are completely disconnected. And this has to do with the importance that we feel should be accorded to the masonry foreground, the very important historical significance of the two buildings that we are basically a part of. We go to the next one. Some diagrams basically of the relationship between ourselves and the historic buildings. The historic buildings, again, in red, our building in blue. There you go. And an indication too of their overlap. In other words, our new infill building sits on top of a section that is currently existing of the, and an extension of the historic section, and is also attached to it at certain points on the upper floors, basically the second and third floors, where continuous office space extends from the new section to the old section. I think one of the things that we like about this diagram, we think it dramatically demonstrates the kind of separation that we're trying to create between the two entities, the new and the old, and the kind of attachment that we are simultaneously looking to celebrate between the new and the old as we create our new, our project. On the bottom are some diagrams basically of our basic approach. The first move to obviously set back completely behind the massing of the historic structures so that their massing is entirely evident from the street and remains and is considered to be one of the most important historical artifacts of those structures. The slight canting of the western facade of our building so that it pulls away from the existing structures, sort of demonstrating in a very active way the separation between the two. The slight diagonal readings on the facade of our building and its architecture to recall, we think in a subtle way, some of the things that are important to the historic structures, i.e. their roofscapes. And then finally, a kind of structural expressionism about our building that we think is something that is resident of the district and evolves from the base of our building up to the top of our building. You can go to the next slide. I think I'd like to skip to slide number 19 at this point. So these were slides that we were asked to produce for this particular meeting in response to some of the questions that were raised by the Land Use Committee. This is a diagram on the left-hand side of what we call the view corridors from the neighboring buildings, basically 345 West 14th and the Porterhouse, and indicates a kind of cone of vision on that plan diagram that is from the furthest point where our building blocks some of the views from either one of our neighbors. To us, the takeaway is that there is still substantial views from both neighbors, and that is primarily created by the initial move to completely set back our building behind the existing historical buildings. Go on to 20. So specifically in terms of our relationship to Porterhouse, what you're looking at are two diagrams. On the left-hand side is an elevation showing the south facade of Porterhouse in the background. The cross-hatched areas represent our building, the broad cross-hatching the existing, and the closer cross-hatching the new structure, the new infill building to the right. And you can see that we overlap with dead-on elevation of about half of the Porterhouse. On the right-hand side, clear indication of the separation of our two buildings, a minimum distance of 44 feet to a greater distance of 50 plus. We can go to the next slide. Jesse, go ahead and give us the next slide. A depiction of our relationship to 345 West 14th Street. On the left-hand side, again, showing the western elevation of that building up against the cross-hatching of our building in the foreground to indicate the level of overlap. And on the right-hand side, the 30-foot dimension called for by the easement as the separation between our two buildings, where they are adjacent to overlapping each other to a larger dimension at the base. Next slide, please. We were asked to do some sun studies of the effect of our building on the facades that are immediately north and east of us. And these were computer generated, and we can go through those fairly quickly now. Next slide. These are the surfaces that are being considered by this sun and shade study. Next slide. And this is the study that of our building and how it would shade the west face of 345 and the south face of Porterhouse in the summer. Basically no effect on Porterhouse for the most part, and not that much except to the rear portion of 345 West 14th. Next slide. Spring and fall, I will say that these diagrams indicate in a kind of reverse reading, the darker areas are the most shaded, and the obviously indicating where most of the shadows would fall. So in the spring and the fall, a little bit more effect on the south side of Porterhouse, and essentially the same effect on the west side of 345 West 14th. And finally, in the winter, where our building has a little bit more of an effect because the sun is lower on Porterhouse, and basically a similar effect on 345 West 14th Street. Obviously, the most affected by our building is the building on our own site and the courtyard of the Old Law tenement on 15th Street adjoining us to the east, which is primarily service and staircase areas. Go on to the next. The diagram that we were asked to prepare. The blue, this was a plan view of our building, essentially. The blue is the lobby to the right, lower right of the office portion of the building. In other words, we enter our building. At that point, go to some elevators at the back of the site and up into the 9-story portion that is commercial office space. The service entry for that commercial office space would be on 9th Avenue on the northwest corner of the site, also noted in blue and indicated as service entry. The right-hand image shows the roof area that is currently in place and the equipment farm that exists there. One of our purposes in reusing and maintaining the existing commercial portion that exists in the residential section is a 1-story volume marked in green on this plan, is to basically take all of that mechanical equipment and put it into one enclosure so that there will be no mechanical equipment visible from any of our neighbors, and there will be much less equipment visible on the roof. There are some miscellaneous pieces that are smaller in nature and essentially completely obscured by the treatment at the roof. But so the major mechanical elements of our project have been put into the 1-story section that exists in the residential zone of our site. Next slide. We can skip to slide 30 at this point. We're asked briefly to talk about the storefront restoration and recall what we are doing there. The storefronts obviously have always been, or have historically been, a fairly higgledy-piggledy collection of individual readings, and that continues in the middle band today. What we are trying to do with our storefront restoration is recall the most historic elements of those storefronts, and simultaneously understand that over time, the more variegated appearance of the stores will reassert itself as tenants take their place within the building. So the elements that we've concentrated on are understanding and inventorying the existing cast iron piers, which occur pretty much exclusively at the party wall locations where you see the vertical leaders. In the very earliest renderings of, or a photograph of the historical massing of the building, it was clear that there existed a balconette along the full facade on 9th Avenue, and we've lowered the windows at the second floor to recall the fact that that was a walkout situation for the residential tenants on the second floor. We've recalled that balconette in terms of a background to the existing signage as a grilled detailed element, and we've canted the signage band similar to what we have seen in all of the historic photos as well. In terms of the actual storefront, we've reestablished the transom windows and created a knee wall at the base, which is evident in the historic photos as well. Next slide. On the 14th Street side, many of the same elements that I've talked about on the 9th Avenue side. The scale here is larger. The buildings were initially residential in nature. They were converted early on into commercial. And the scale of the 14th Street building is actually the scale of residential buildings whose second floor started at a stoop level. So there are details in that facade. For instance, the masonry separation between the two that we choose to and are looking forward to reasserting, because these are elements that create a certain variation between the two buildings. I think those are important to celebrate and recall. Again, cast iron piers were at the party walls, and signage band is done in this similar fashion. Off to the right will be slightly more contemporary canopy reading at the entrance to the office portion of our development. Next, please. One of the interesting things that we've spent a lot of time talking with the land use committee and actually walked the site with them to discuss is that the interiors of the buildings are substantially compromised and have been over time. This is a plan of where the existing walls are, and in red are the sort of remnants of the most historic portions of our building as they currently exist. You can see that the commercial extends completely into the depth of the site, and in many instances, the historic party walls and structure of the building have been dealt with in any number of ways, including some beefy structure on the top left, where you actually see an old fireplace having being supported by big steel beams to remnants of the brick on the top right. Next slide. This is a series of development sketches that show what the plan of the building started out as, a series of townhouses on the top left, conversion to commercial on the top right, a lower left extension of the commercial, and then on the bottom right where we intend to be. We mentioned at the very beginning that it's our purpose, our goal to recall in a very complete fashion the initial massing of the historic structures. And so what's important to that, and has become important to Landmarks in our various discussions with the staff there, is a marker, historic marker of the rear wall of the buildings at the ground floor. So that exists now in our proposal in plan of lower right of this image, and as well in the dotted lines overhead with a recollection of the party wall locations. Next slide. I think we can skip to 37. Thank you. So these were various views that we had done previously, and you asked us to add these two views of the building, our building, from 14th Street to indicate what it looks like within the easement area. So the metal and glass of the infill building basically sets back, and some more solid metal panel construction is at the back of the easement area. So if we can go at this point back to slide number 3, I'd like my partner Harry Kendall to just quickly say a few things that we also wanted to cover.
So thank you, George, and thank you all members of the committee for listening patiently. I want to, things that I doted on, the team doted on in the initial presentation had to do very much with the appropriateness of what we're proposing for the site and how we see the Gansevoort district as a district that uniquely contains a juxtaposition of contemporary and historic in a way that's very exciting to the preservation community and exciting as an integral part of New York City. The edge condition is very important because not just because we happen to have two buildings of the size we're proposing on either side of us, but because the edge of the Gansevoort Historic District was where the refrigerant lines ran and where the technological change that represented and subsequent technological changes have created this disparity of scale, which is very evident in all the throughout the edge, and very much so in this corner. When we initially met with the senior staff at Landmarks, we began to sketch out the outlines of what we were proposing that involved this recognition of the edge condition. It also involved migrating the residents, the rent-controlled residents in these buildings to the 15th Street building where there are other rent control tenants. And that has given rise to the strategy for which a preservation easement may well be possible. At that point, we were contemplating, we were studying whether we should stay wholly outside of the district and do a residential development that would replace the 15th Street building and come to the residential edge of the site, and then further in to occupy roughly the same footprint as this building. And we also were proposing a range of strategies like George described, of recalling and making more legible the original form of the townhouse buildings that have been compromised. And Sarah Carroll, the Landmarks chair, said, this is a complex and varied story, and you should tell the whole story, not just what you see on the street, not just what lies within the district, but what lies without. That the edge condition of the Gansevoort district is important to us. The inhabitants within the Gansevoort district are important to us, and the overall form of the buildings that you're describing are important to us. So we are trying to tell that complex story in architectural form in our building, and we think it has the opportunity to bring an appreciation for this very site-specific solution in this very unique historic district. Now, we have been, because of the long delay between the first presentation and this one, we've become more aware of some of the testimony that you'll be hearing from the public. So I just wanted to mention a couple of key points of things that we understand will be said, and give a kind of preview of our reaction to that. You will hear, as we understand it, from members of the public that this site, what we're proposing, is not in conformance with the zoning. We want to state very clearly that this has been studied carefully by zoning lawyers and other zoning experts, and by ourselves. We have a good understanding of the zoning resolution, and we can state emphatically that it is as of right. There is an opportunity, and we understand as being some of the neighbors are availing themselves of the opportunity to challenge that zoning, and there is a forum for that. We welcome the questions, but it's not so relevant for the discussion here about appropriateness to this committee. You will also hear that what the 9-story commercial building we're proposing will have a negative impact on the block. The zoning constraints that I referred to are put in place by city planning in order to protect the residential light and air in our dense city. And as George described, the easement that was negotiated by the developers of 345 West 14th Street in respect to the site was an additional layer of protection for their light and air. Of course, we're observing that. It's part of the constraints on the site. And so that was, it would appear to us, I think it's undeniably true, that there was some anticipation that a development could or would happen on the site. And so that those protections were put in place. This is a vibrant mixed-use neighborhood. We really believe that our combination of residential, of restoration and of additional commercial floor area will contribute to that vibrant mixed-use character. And lastly, and perhaps the thing that we will all hear most, is that what we propose is supposedly contrary to the spirit of historic preservation. The comments you'll hear will range from simple statements like this proposed development is too large to more florid rhetoric such as it's doing extreme violence to the historic fabric, or it's making permanent irreparable harm to the historic district. I'd just like to make an important point about that. We are preservationists too. We take our work in historic districts, and there's been a good deal of it, very, very seriously. To us, the restoration of these buildings is as important as the commercial floor area. It's a complex project where both parts, we think, contribute to the district. Our clients acquired this property because they recognize the significance of the smaller scale buildings, and they recognize the potential for a meaningful dialogue between contemporary and historic at this district edge. They involved BKSK Architects because they know that we believe this approach involved reverence and architectural excellence. And so reasonable people can differ on an issue of appropriateness. We expect the discussion to be robust, but we submit without any sense of apology that this could be an important project for the district, and we're interested to entertain your questions now.
Thank you very much. I think now we're going to move to the Chelsea Land Use Committee. And as I said earlier, I am going to call on members of the Land Use Committee to ask questions of the applicant. And so I'm just going to go down the list. If you feel you don't have a question or you want to pass and wait and go for another round, just let me know. And Jesse will handle the muting and unmuting. So, Viren, would you like to ask a question?
Not at this point. Not at this point.
Okay. Marty, would you like to ask a question? Marty?
The host would like me to unmute my microphone. I did.
You're unmuted now.
Yeah, thank you. I'm largely going to wait for David's comments. I'm eager to hear what he says. I've read some of his suggestions, so I may have questions after that. But I do have this question. I read and I just heard that the building is as of right. And if that's the case, I'm not sure why I'm here.
I can answer
would one of
that.
the architects like to address that, please?
Yeah, as of right, the term as of right is referring to it complying with zoning. In Landmark District, there is, and we are partially in and partially out of a Landmark District, which was a decision we made and accepted the consequences. As of right is only achieved with the added layer of appropriateness, which comes from an approval by the Landmarks Preservation Commission.
So is that level of appropriateness that the Landmarks Commission has to approve that we're voting on tonight?
Yes.
Yes. Your resolution would be whether your views on the appropriateness, essentially.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Marty. Paul?
I'll wait till the end. Thank you.
What?
I'll wait till the end. Thank you.
You wait, okay. Tina, would you like to ask a question?
I'll wait until the end. Sorry about the delay.
Oh, okay. David, would you like to ask a question?
Will they go under the row houses?
I'm sorry, could you repeat your question, David?
What kind of cellar will this have, or basement, and will it extend under the row houses? What's its footprint?
There'll be a full basement under the whole this corner site.
Okay, and at some point during construction, you'll have completed demolition and you're ready to start construction. If I'm viewing the site as this image shows now, how much of the existing row houses will be standing there?
Essentially, they're facades on both 14th Street and 9th Avenue.
Okay, how about the tall end wall of 355 West 14th Street with the chimneys? Will that be there or not?
No, the roofs, the sidewall and the rear walls will have to be removed.
Okay, and all of the rear walls will be removed.
Pretty much, yes.
Okay, so at one point, what this construction site will look like is a big excavation down X feet into the ground. And the street facades on 14th and 9th propped up by probably steel shoring, correct?
Correct.
All open to the sky.
Yes.
Okay, so I mean, when you say that the buildings will be completely restored, you're really talking about reconstructed.
Restoration of their facades, reuse as much as possible of existing brick that within the buildings, and reconstruction, yes, of roofs so that, for instance, the standing seam roofs are replaced by slate, and the end wall chimneys are recreated, and the marker of the former chimneys are recreated. Yes.
Okay, that's all for me.
Okay, thank you. Bert, do you have a question?
My question is, you made a reference that you made a choice. You thought it through about where the boundary of the landmarks district is, and you made a choice to straddle, to have part of the development outside the landmark district and part of it inside. What made you make that choice rather than saying have most of the development, all the development outside the district?
Well, Nick, I see you've come up. You want to, Jesse, if you could unmute Nick Silvers.
So I think Nick, are you on?
Nick may have to unmute himself.
Yeah.
Yes, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So the decision to extend, and good evening. Hope everyone is safe and well. The decision to extend into the historic district was one that we really considered for a long time. We decided that we have an as of right building. Someone else asked what the definition of as of right was. And we have an as of right building that would have had essentially the same effect on our neighbors and the rest of the property, and also the meatpacking district. And the actual building itself would not have been as elegant, and would have probably been a worse solution just in general for the market, for our neighbors, for the community, et cetera. And so we decided that it was worth it to be able to explain the very subtle differences between the as of right, which did not extend into the historic district, and then the landmarks, the LPC structure, the ask that we are here tonight explaining to you. And I don't know, do we have, Harry or George, do we have any images showing the two differences? It's a very subtle difference. It's probably, I would say half of the facade, or maybe 3/4 of the facade on 14th Street that would have remained.
The best slide to use is number 7. On the left-hand side, you clearly see where on the volume of this building the site boundary is, and on the right-hand side, you see the bisection of the blue with the red dotted line indicating that about half of the proposed infill 9-story section is within the landmarks and half is out.
In addition, realistically, the business plan that we would have utilized for the as of right would have been a ground up luxury condo building. And frankly, we just did not believe that that was the best use, the highest and best use. specifically, we didn't believe that it was the most responsible thing to do for the city. This corner deserves much more of a presence that is available and accessible to many more people than just, than just a high-end luxury condo.
And Nick, what Nick is getting at is the essential difference. This is a very good question, and maybe we haven't articulated the nature of our choices clearly as we could. If we were to stay outside the district, the massing of the new structure made sense only as a residential building that extended to 15th Street. So the relationship between the historic townhouses and the bulk behind them was simply one of proximity. It wasn't one of shared use, and it didn't really support a dialogue between the two in the same way that we think is valuable for the district. So we accepted this kind of public forum. We love these discussions about the appropriateness of architecture as a way to, in the end, honor both the smaller scale and the new larger scale. And it also allowed us to preserve what we talked about with the preservation easement, the 15th Street building, which is a 19th century building that there had been discussions about it being in the district, we understood, but it did have a collateral consequence, so to speak, of being able to extend the kind of preservation ethos to the 15th Street side.
Thank you. Nick Silvers, could you identify yourself as to your interest in this?
Jesse, you may have to unmute Nick, but Nick is with Tavros Holdings. He's ownership.
Okay, owner. Okay, just so everybody
This
knows.
is Nick Silvers from Tavros. Dove Barnett and I are the two founding partners of Tavros, and we are the developers of the project. One thing that Harry, that I wasn't able to mention also, not only the 15th Street easement becomes a possibility, but also the reality that we would not have been able to preserve the rent stabilized housing because we would have created all of the 15th Street building as a luxury condo as well. And so we would have lost all of the rent stabilized housing as a result of keeping this as an as of right project outside of the landmark district.
Thank you. I'm next. I think I'll wait till we get through all the names and we'll come back to me. Mike Noble? Mike, you have a question?
No, but I'm going to wait till the end as well.
Okay. Brad? Brad, do you have a question?
Betty, we've been through this before and I appreciate them coming back on. My main question was just answered. The affordable housing or rent stabilized, are those deals intact? Or if this doesn't go through and you change your mind, could that still all go away?
So who'd like to answer that from the applicant?
I would say that's a Nick or Dove.
Yeah, I can. This is Nick Silvers. I can certainly answer that now. Frankly, we have maintained 15th Street for the rent stabilized tenants, and we are preserving their rights as rent stabilized tenants. And so we are here, in effect, having been bad negotiators and having lost our leverage in any kind of conversation. we don't have the ability to change that, but frankly, Dove and I are born and raised New Yorkers, and that was a really critical part of the business plan and the vision for the project. And so we made that decision, knowing that coming to you today, having migrated the tenants to that 15th Street building, that we were essentially giving up the ability to develop that as luxury condo, but we think that we made the right decision.
Thank you.
Betty and Paul, can I propose something just in terms of process? I'm willing to I'm willing to take off the master mute control at this point, if that's, or I'm offering to do that, and that will allow people to mute and unmute themselves, and then we can maybe go ahead and if that becomes an issue, we can put it back on. Just because with the Q&A going back and forth between ownership and architect, I just think
It's okay with me, except everybody on the committee has to be very disciplined and don't let the dog in to bark and, you know, that kind of thing.
well, they need to mute. They need to be disciplined, and the attendees need to be disciplined in muting themselves. It's not so much about noise; it's about keeping themselves muted and that factor. It's just difficult to, because what happens is once someone like Nick is respectful and he goes off mute, he can't come back on until I let him on. So.
I agree. I'm fine with letting panelists stay on unmute, and I'd ask all panelists to please mute when you're not speaking, and also be respectful of interrupting others. Thank you.
Just to be clear, I really only have one control, so it's everybody. It's panelists and attendees.
That's going to unmute 70.
No. It doesn't mute. If they're all on mute, they stay on mute. I'm just saying.
With 100 people, it's very hard to control that, and asking everybody to do that.
Okay. All right. Then we keep on going the way we are. It's fine.
Yeah, sorry.
Because all the attendees would be unmuted?
Yeah, I cannot split the mute control.
That's like 100 people.
That's fine. Okay, we'll move on.
Sorry, Jesse.
No, that's fine.
Okay, moving along. Kit, do you have any questions?
No questions right now. Thanks.
Not now. Okay, and Hector? Is Hector here?
Yes.
Yeah, I just got unmuted here. Thanks. Not right now. I'll wait till the end as well. Thank you.
Okay. And Pam?
Am I unmuted? Yeah.
You're unmuted.
So if your proposal is rejected by Landmarks to build anything on the historic landmark portion, and you have aced yourself out of being able to utilize the 15th Street site, what will you do? Will you then build on the unrestricted part and build twice as tall, or will you abandon this project? That's my question.
Oh, so who wants to answer that?
Hold on.
Maybe Nick?
Nick, I'm unmuting Nick now.
Hi, no, we are very committed to this project and to developing it. We would view it as an extraordinarily disappointing result to get anything other than the approval that we seek, that we think that our application is extremely appropriate, and we will be developing this corner regardless of that ultimate decision. But we definitely believe that we are acting in a very appropriate manner.
Okay.
If I may, also, and the architects may be able to speak to this more, maybe we don't want to, but just to Pam's point, I don't think it's reasonable to think that Landmarks would not allow any development on this site. They clearly have development rights, and something can be built here. If it is a variation of this proposal or this proposal exactly, obviously that's the goal for ownership and for the designers of the project. But I don't think it's realistic to think that Landmarks would say you can't do anything here. So it's reasonable for ownership to proceed with the project on this site.
Eddie and Paul, George has his hand raised.
George?
George, the architect?
Yeah, George, you want to say
You can
something?
unmute him. You can unmute all the applicants. George.
He needs to be unmuted.
George, can you
Yeah,
hear?
yeah, we're working on it.
George, are you self-muted?
He might be self-muted.
Can you unmute yourself? There you go, George.
Thank you, sorry. My only issue was with the muting, that I wanted to be back in the meeting, and I'd received a call and couldn't unmute. Apologies.
Oh, so you don't have a comment?
No, I don't.
Okay. I would like to just clarify what Pam said. Perhaps I didn't understand or others didn't understand. I think Pam was saying, what if LPC approved the development except in a modified way and not the whole 9-story building in the historic district part of the site? Not saying that nothing should be developed. Do you have any reaction to that? Pam, isn't that sort of what you were asking? Can we?
Hold on.
Yeah, so I think.
Wait, let's just ask Pam, did I interpret your question correctly?
Yes, sort of. Yes. And
okay, I mean, I think you were not
that
saying.
question, as you have rephrased it, an answer to that question I would consider appropriate. Thank you.
Okay, so perhaps the applicant would like to respond to that. It's not a question of zero development. The question had to do with if it was modified. And so there's something different in the historic part and something more similar in the non-historic district part.
Yeah, I think it's the same answer from before. We plan on developing the corner parcel, and we're excited about being able to work with you and Landmarks to get our project approved. We believe that this is very appropriate, and we look forward to any kind of feedback or comments from the community board, and then ultimately from LPC to figure out what is approved.
Okay, I think we've beat this horse enough. Why don't we move on? Colin, do you have a question?
Yeah, hi, thanks so much. Some of my questions have been answered and I'll wait until later, but I do have one question and I'm not sure if you can answer it, but I'll ask. Can you speak to the commercial space at ground level? I see what appears to be two commercial outlets there. Today we have, between 5, 7, 9, shops and cafes there. Can you just speak to what you imagine going into those two spaces at the bottom?
I can speak quickly to it. I mean, we, and when we, because this discussion has happened at Landmarks as well, in the interest of understanding how the storefront might develop over time. From a planning standpoint, we've assumed that there are going to be somewhere between 4 and 5 commercial tenants on the ground floor, and it'll be divided up in a variety of different ways. I can tell you from having done this in past developments that to understand or try to even give you an indication of what those borderlines might be is wholly impossible. It ends up being completely different. But there are some very clear indications in terms of the remnants of the historic fabric that we've left in place that give you guidelines as to how that might logically be divided. But the short answer is we're somewhere between 3, 4, 5 tenants. We really don't know at this point.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go back to the top of the list and see if we have any other more questions. Viren, did you want to ask a question?
Betty, can I ask a favor? Instead of running through all the names, if the members of the committee have questions now, if they want to raise their hands, we can just call on the ones that have hands raised. Instead of going one by one. And
Okay,
Darren's hand is up, so let's start with him.
so,
So let's start with Viren, because his hand is raised. If any other committee members have a question now and they'd like to ask them, just hit the raise hand and then we'll call on.
okay, so Viren happens to be at the top of the list.
So Pam, use your raise hand.
Yeah, excuse me, I can't see it because the images are in the way.
All right,
I'm
let's
gonna,
start with Viren, then
okay,
we'll
I'm
come back
gonna, if that's okay, I'm gonna stop sharing the screen if that's all right, and then you can go back to it if necessary. All right.
to you. Thanks, Justin. Oh, great. Now I can see everybody again.
So Viren?
Yes, I have a quick question. It's kind of a twofold question, taking off from where Pam left off. If you were to go ahead with either a modified version or as-is version, you have an ample extra FAR left on the table. What do you intend to do with it in either case scenario?
You mean if we went with a modified version, if Landmarks came back and had comments and wanted a smaller thing, what would we do with leftover FAR?
Yes, as well as if you were to go ahead with what you have. Let's say it gets approved hypothetically. If you still have some leftover FAR, what do you intend to do with that?
Well, right now, from the point of view of the building massing and what's proposed for the site, there really aren't that many places to put additional FAR. So the short answer is likely nothing.
Yeah, this is a question we face frequently with development clients, and that back to the as of right question, there is a certain amount of as of right floor area, and then there's appropriateness within a landmark district. So we certainly have any number of projects that have not achieved the full as of right floor area. I think our clients, bank it. It's possible worth down the line if the rules of transferring air rights were ever to change, but you just work with what you've got now. And on this site, there's going to be a certain size of development that's deemed appropriate by the land use committee, the community board, and ultimately the Landmarks Preservation Commission.
Okay. I guess the other raised hand next was David.
Yeah, I putting words in your mouth before when I asked about the street facades being shored up during construction. Is there a possibility that you'll have to take them down and reconstruct them the way you're reconstructing the roof?
Well, we've done a fairly careful analysis of the existing facades, and we know that the backup walls are in pretty decent shape, whereas the face brick is in very poor shape. It seems to be pulling away from the backup brick basically on the 9th Avenue side as well as the 14th Street side. The conditions are slightly different. On the 9th Avenue side, there is a fairly thick stucco application to the face brick that is not doing the face brick giving it any benefit to it. So there's likely to be more of that face brick that will need to be dealt with. On the 14th Street side, it's simply a paint application. So the effort will be to take off the face brick and put it back on with proper attachment to the backup. So again, the short answer is it's unlikely that the facades will come down because the backup brick is in very decent shape.
Thank you.
And David, in terms of what one is replacing and restoring, all the original roofing material is gone. It was slate. We are intending to bring back a slate roof. The chimneys are gone. The rear walls, the buildings have been hollowed out as George showed in the pictures of steel beams holding up things on the commercial spaces inside. The 14th Street buildings lost their stoops long ago, and those spaces became 1.5-story spaces. A certain portion of the rear wall remained, but many of the original openings are gone, and the rear sloping roof has had dormers added, every decade during the 20th century changes made. So these buildings are, they're an important touchstone on an important corner, and a remarkable amount of the original fabric has been lost already.
Thank you.
And I raised my hand for myself, so I'm going to take my turn. I have two questions. One is, could you please explain how people get from the row houses into the tower, the floors, and how they do that? And could you also explain your position about you mentioned several times the preservation easement for the 15th Street row houses. Could you tell us your position on that?
So first off, the entrance to the office portion of the project is all the way east on the 14th Street side of the building. And you had us put that diagram together,
Yes,
with the blue and the green.
Right, I realize that, but as I understand it, there is some other areas that the tower and the row houses are connected. Maybe I shouldn't have said the word entrance. Could you explain their connection?
When you say the row houses, you mean the historic section of the building?
Oh, the historic row houses.
Right.
The Ninth Avenue side.
14th Street buildings.
Right. There
Yes,
are no
yes,
other,
inside. Now this is a little fuzzy for me, but
I see
isn't
what
there something, you mentioned the second floor and the third floor, I think?
on
that
the
you
upper
could get
floors.
From the upper part of the row houses into the tower.
Yes.
Could you just describe that? And there's also another connection on the upper
Well,
floor of the 14th Street row houses. Could you just describe? I'm a person and I'm going from one place to the other.
Apologies, I understand what you're saying now. Yes, on the upper floors, the 9-story infill, the metal and glass portion of the building is open to the historic sections on the second and third floors. And essentially what one would do is there's a space between the new and the old. And that is the equivalent of what we call an architectural reveal, so that there is a connection at those points that is substantially larger depending upon the condition of the relationship between the two, but always marks the traversing from one section to the other. When you're going from the second floor of the new to the second floor above on the 9th Avenue side, you actually go up a certain amount and you pass underneath a skylight that kind of dramatizes the connection between old and new and allows the occupant to look up to the taller portion of the building. Similarly, on the upper stories of the 14th Street side, when you pass from the new to the old, you essentially pass over a bridge that has glass on both sides and allows you to sense the movement from new to old. And in the uppermost section underneath the roof, the ceiling height is actually not tall enough up against the facade of the building so that the floors are set back from the facade of the building, and it's more like a mezzanine kind of condition. So there are a variety of different ways in which new and old intersect for the lower office floors of the project. Does that explain
Okay,
things?
so if I enter on 9th Avenue,
Yes.
the store area, then there would be like a staircase going up to the second floor, and then I could go into the tower from the second floor. Is that correct?
No. When you enter the office section of the building on the office entry at the far eastern section of the 14th Street facade, you go up an elevator to a second floor commercial space that then opens into the historic sections. So it's really only the office section of the building that occupies the upper floors of the historic sections. There is no retail connection between ground floor and upper floors.
Okay, all right. Next question.
I should say, we imagine and hope that we've provided enough cues about when you're leaving the old, the new, and coming into the old, that the office tenants who rented those floors that have the opportunity to occupy both do it because they recognize that there's something of great interest to be able to bridge between the 19th century and the 21st century. We also feel like we've provided the cues, the legibility of the original townhouse footprints for the retail spaces, so that we imagine and hope that retail tenants would be attracted to it in the sort of townhouse scale retail environment where you could make you present your whatever you're selling in a way that is appropriate to the scale of the original spaces. That remains to be seen. But
I think your question goes back to why engage the historic district? Because frankly, it produces very interesting and dynamic and lovely spaces that are unusual in an office setting.
Okay. Second question, could you speak a bit about your intentions or non-intentions about obtaining a preservation easement for the 15th Street buildings?
Sure, so I can speak with that, and certainly Nick and Dov can chime in as well. But we've had some preliminary conversations with the Landmarks Conservancy, who historically have held preservation easements they have in the city, and so we've been speaking with them. They've expressed some interest in pursuing an easement on the property. They had some questions and have some due diligence of their own to do, but we have been sharing information with them and are open to pursuing it. And I expect to be speaking with them later in the week.
Okay. Thank you. Next question, Marty?
Well, I think Pamela was waiting first, if we don't mind, Betty, because she didn't raise her hand on the electronic, but she did it physically.
Oh, I'm sorry. Who wants to ask?
Pamela.
Okay.
Pam's unmuted.
Am I unmuted? Okay, thank you. Actually, I didn't, but now that you've offered me this opportunity.
Forget it, Pamela. Sit back.
I have a question.
Oh, you do?
I do. Am I stepping out of order?
Oh, maybe you were scratching your head or something. I don't know.
Maybe. Who knows? Who knows? In the process of demolition, in the original houses, all of them, you've said that you intend to have a full basement under the whole Megillah, right? So, and that means that by that time you've demoed everything on the interior and we have left just the brick facades, not including the roofs or anything else, just the brick street facing facades, windows and all. How are you going to hold those up in the process? I mean, you're doing a foundation. How deep, if you're making a big deep hole there, that's going to be a lot of earth moving and those are fragile. How will you keep them from collapsing?
Sounds like a question for the architects.
Well, there is and in fact, there are many examples of this kind of work in Gansevoort Historic District. So it's not unusual at all there. We've done a number of projects with similar issues. It basically, it's a structural problem and it requires very careful placing shoring elements in place before demolition of other pieces of the project, and then underpinning, creating new foundations, doing new steel work. The trick, as much as possible, is to use new structure to do the shoring simultaneously, and that's not always a possibility. So there are a variety of techniques, but they're all very, very carefully monitored by the building department, and we have a responsibility to keep the existing elements in place that we're describing that they will stay.
Okay.
Betty, very
yes.
quickly, Dove from the applicants had raised their hand. I wasn't sure if you wanted to respond to some of the questions.
Oh,
I just raised my hand in case there was anything I wanted to add to George's response, but I think he covered it perfectly. So there's nothing more to say on that.
okay, then I think we move on to Marty.
Thanks. I want to go back to something that Brad was asking about. I'm pleased that the affordable housing folks are being moved from one place to another. I wasn't clear from your discussion what the net increase or decrease of available affordable housing in the complexes happens to be.
Okay, who wants to take that question from the applicants? Is that something, Brooke, you want to discuss?
Hi, can you guys hear me? It's Nick Silvers. We've actually preserved 100% of the affordable housing.
You preserved 100% of the affordable housing, including the affordables that were in the folks that are being moved. That isn't as I understand it, those folks are moving into a building that has affordable housing in it. If you move 3 people into a building with affordable housing, does that not reduce the available affordable housing in that building by 3?
So could you explain it a little more, Nick, if that's the person who wants to talk about it?
The way I put that make any sense?
No, I think it's my
There are
understanding.
100. Let me say it another way. There are 104 affordable housing units on the property. I don't know if that's the right number or not. You're moving 4 of them from 9th Avenue to 15th Street. Does that not reduce the total affordable housing on that complex to 100 when it was 104? And the answer to that is no. Will there also be a net increase in affordable housing?
And I see it on the screen that ownership is muted, so I don't know if they need to be formally unmuted to answer, but the housing that was on, and please somebody correct me if I'm wrong, the housing that was on 9th Avenue and on 14th Street, the majority of that housing is market rate. So and we're bandying some terms around, but the rent stabilized units are 15 in total, and ownership has preserved 15 rent stabilized units. So while there is residential occupancy that is lost, there is not rent stabilized tenancy that is being lost.
Okay, does
That's exactly, no, that's it. Brooke's answer is exactly 100% correct.
Yay!
It was I think Kismet in somehow, some way. We ended up on 15th Street with 15 apartments and 15 rent stabilized tenants in all 3 buildings. And so we migrated 15 rent stabilized tenants to 15 apartments on 15th Street. Somewhere, some way, that's a lucky number. I'm not exactly sure how.
Are you saying those 15 apartments on 15th Street were not originally affordable?
Yes, that's exactly what we're saying. There was all of the 15th Street apartments were not. It was not a 100% affordable rent stabilized building. There were select apartments in that building that were classified as rent stabilized, but not all of them were.
And then you say you had 15 units that were vacant, and you moved the 15 people from the row houses into the 15 vacant apartments. Is that correct?
No, that's almost correct. There were 15 rent stabilized tenants throughout all 3 buildings. Some already were living in the 15th Street building, some were living in the 14th Street building, and some were living in the 9th Avenue building. We migrated all those living in the 14th Street and 9th Avenue buildings into the 15th Street building. So does that answer your question, Betty?
I think so. Marty,
When we started, there were 15 rent stabilized tenants spread out over 3 buildings. At this point, there are 15 rent stabilized tenants, all living in the 15th Street building, where there are 15 apartments in total.
And then the rest of the apartments in 15th Street?
Yeah, the
are
math,
right?
Betty, the math was, I think originally it was something like 6 apartments were rent stabilized in 15th Street, 3 apartments were rent stabilized on 9th Avenue, and 6 apartments were rent stabilized on 14th Street. So it was the 9 apartments that made up 9th Avenue and 14th Street that were migrated to the 15th Street building.
Ah, okay.
To join 6
Okay.
that started there and have stayed there.
Okay, all right, that clears it up now. The math is
So-
understandable now.
I think that sounds positive, that it's remaining as 15 affordable in the entire footprint of all the buildings. If I had an ask, it would be, how do we increase that number?
Okay. Let me see. Anybody else's hand?
So the interesting part about the building, and I don't say this in jest at all, the condition of the apartments on 9th Avenue and the condition of the apartments on 14th Street are actually something that you wouldn't even, if you were a rent stabilized tenant, you probably wouldn't even want to live in it. The 9th Avenue and the 14th Street buildings, the condition of the apartments are really not great, and they're incredibly small. We're talking about 100 square foot studios.
Wow.
And so just to finish where Nick was going with that, the apartments that people have moved into on 15th Street without rent increases are much larger, much nicer. So there's an upgrade in quality of life.
I think that's very commendable. I'd still ask, can we increase the number?
Okay, thank you for clarifying it. We needed that little math exercise. Dove Barnett, did you want to say something, or your hand is up? Your blue hand is up? I guess not.
We're going to have to unmute him.
No, Betty, I'd raised my hand to be able to respond to the
Okay.
previous question.
So if you touch raise hand again, you can make it go away. Okay.
All right.
I just did it for him.
You did it.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I see Viren has a hand up. Or that's just left over. Can you unmute Viren?
I'm
Yes, I did.
doing it.
The question is, those 15 units, will they remain rent stabilized in perpetuity?
They are rent stabilized in accordance with the rent stabilization law. Yes.
Good. Thank you.
Okay, are there any more hands going up? Okay, for the people who passed before, this is your chance now. There was Hector and Kit.
I think if they wanted to they would raise their hand, Betty, if they had something to.
It's just double checking if they forgot,
it.
if they didn't
Okay.
say anything. Okay, I think,
The time for public session?
wait, one panelist has a blue hand up?
No, it's an attendee.
It's an
Andrew,
attendee.
And I see
Oh,
Andrew.
that's an attendee.
Andrew, I
Okay.
will be calling on you. Peter Stevens, I will be calling on you. So do you want to start this public session now, Betty?
Yes, okay, go for it. Paul
Okay.
will
Can I
do
can
the
I
public session.
can I just suggest something for the applicant team? So every time you put yourself on mute, which we appreciate, unfortunately, every time so just leave yourself off mute if you can, and I'll handle your muting if that's possible, just because it becomes very difficult to control the muting when you're muting yourself.
And Jesse, will you unmute Mike Noble for a quick second? He just raised his hand.
I will.
Thank you. Mike, did you have a question?
Yes, Betty, can the participants, the panelists have a question following the other public participants?
Yeah, we're gonna go like we do normally at a normal meeting.
I got you.
We're gonna open now to public session. allow public to make comments and propose statements and questions. Then we'll go back to committee for further deliberation, our own discussion on what we want to do, and then our vote procedure.
Thank you.
So everybody on the committee will have another opportunity to discuss actually discuss the application itself and then take a vote. All right, but what we'd like to do now is open this up for the public. And as a reminder, I'm going to call on everybody we can. We're interested in hearing from everybody, just as we do in a meeting where all are present physically in the room. And if you'd like to ask a question or make a statement, please use the Q&A format. What I'll do is I'll read through those. And if it's a question that we want to have to the applicant, I will then, just like Betty did for the committee, I'll direct the question to somebody on the applicant team. I do notice that in the Q&A, there are currently a bunch of anonymous attendees. This is a public meeting, so if you do have a question in there and you're listed as anonymous, I'd ask that you put your name in there so that I can call on you. I can't call on anonymous people. So if you do have something in Q&A that's listed as anonymous, please put your name in there so that I can read it. When someone from the public is asked to speak, Jesse will move them into this panelist format. It'll take a minute. The screen will rotate. It'll look like you're being kicked out. Give it a minute. You'll come in. Then you'll be visible to us. You'll be able to see us. We'll be able to see you so that you can speak. When you're done, the same thing will happen in the reverse. You'll be logged out, but you'll be put back into the attendees session. You're not being logged out of the system. You're just moving into the different portions. So just be patient as we go through on that and go through it one by one. I'd ask that if you're in agreement on a position and you don't have a question and don't need to be called on, if you put your statement in the Q&A box, I will read it with your name. So you will be on record. And as was pointed out earlier, this is being recorded, so it will be part of the public record. It might help expedite things if we just read the statements quickly rather than having to go through the login, logout process. So I'd appreciate anybody that could do that. So I'm going to start with the immediate adjacent property owners. So we're going to start with Porterhouse, and then we're going to go to 345 West 14th Street, and then I'll go through the Q&A box. So I'd like to start with Peter Stevens from Porterhouse. As many of you know, Porterhouse has sent in and submitted a very lengthy objection letter. It's in our Dropbox. It's available to the public, so that points are already present. So Mr. Stevens, I'd ask that you keep your comments to the highlights of your well thought out, well reasoned objection letter, just in the sake of time, because we have, from the committee perspective, all read your submission already, but we don't want to cut anybody short. So Mr. Stevens, if you are able to speak, and then if you have others from Porterhouse that you want, you can call on them.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, but you don't have a visual of your face, just your name.
Okay. I can do that. Hold on one second, Peter.
You hit start video on the bottom left of your screen. There you go. Yep.
There we go.
Great.
Okay, thank you all. Thank you, everybody. I just want to clarify what I'm being offered here, because I worked extensively with Jesse and was told that I would be able to make a presentation speaking on my behalf and many other people's. So because those people could each have spoken for 2 or 3 minutes, I have a 10-minute presentation. I had sent materials for the originally now canceled meeting, and was completely on track to do this until around half an hour before this meeting, when I got an email saying I would be limited to 3 minutes. Many people that are listening now will cede their time to me. So it is not an additional time I'm requesting. And I would really, because I do have a presentation, not only that you have read parts, I've boiled it down, it is more brief, but there are elected officials present. There are other people present that may not go back to read the documentation of this meeting, that are attending the meeting virtually. I'd like the opportunity to quickly read this statement, if you can do that.
Yeah, I just asked Mr. Stevens that it's just not reading the multi-page letter that is on record that we have all read already.
I have consolidated and
okay. That's fine. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much.
We're trying to be as respectful of everybody as possible, and I'm asking your respect of all of us.
And I am too, and I appreciate.
All right, thank you, sir.
I
Go ahead.
appreciate everything. Okay. I am speaking in a position in opposition to the development. The applicant Tavros claims that because they plan to restore the front facade of these landmark buildings, that they should be able to completely demolish the rest of the buildings and erect an inappropriate and incongruous modern tower on a landmark site. The project as proposed by the applicant should not be permitted. The project blatantly violates the purpose of the historic district's designation as a landmark. The 2003 Gansevoort Market Historic District Designation Report specifically notes the importance of the specific buildings and the vista that would be destroyed by the applicant's proposed plan. Here's an excerpt from the 2003 Landmarks Commission designation report. The Gansevoort Market Historic District consists of 104 buildings, is distinctive for its architectural character and its urban layout. Visual cohesion is provided by the streetscape, by the predominance of brick as a facade material, the 1 to 6 story scale. The street layout is shaped by the transition between the irregular pattern of northwestern Greenwich Village and the grid of the 1811 Commissioner's Plan. Unusually large and open intersections contribute to the area's unique quality, particularly where 9th Avenue meets West 14th Street, and provide sweeping vistas that showcase the unusual building typology, mixed-use quality of the district. The earliest buildings in the historic district date from the period between 1840 to 1854, most built as row houses and townhouses, several of which soon became very early working class tenements. The stretch of 9th Avenue between Gansevoort and West 19th Streets offers the vista of a distinctive Manhattan streetscape featuring 20 buildings of the 1840s and culminating in the rare, picturesque ensemble of 12 row houses and townhouses, numbers 44 to 60 9th Avenue and 351 to 355 West 14th Street at wide angled intersection of Hudson and West 14th Street. We should note that these are the buildings that we're talking about. If permitted, this new towering construction would become the dominant feature within the district as seen looking north from the widest and most open intersection and gathering place in the district, one that was the specific target of the preservation as noted in the LPC report. The gutting of the houses will eliminate the important residential spaces that are referenced as a key to its mixed use quality in the district, and the height of the tower would go further to destroy the distinctive character of low-rise market buildings. This is a defining feature of the district as noted as being 1 to 6 stories. The applicant's proposed project would forever deprive visitors of this intended experience that is the purpose of historic preservation. Placing a glass office tower, access through a corridor carved through the facade of a row houses on 14th Street would adversely affect the community by doing irreparable damage to the district. In exchange for all that would be lost, this proposed project offers no public benefit. The proposed tower is much taller than the precedent cited in the submission, like the Samsung building at 837 Washington Street. Even the LPC, as they approved the scaled back version of this project, was quoted in the press at the time as saying, quote, "Some commissioners showed concern that by allowing the addition of 4 new stories to the existing 2, their approval would set a precedent and open the floodgates to other nearby owners of low-slung buildings who might want to grow taller." End quote. The approval of this proposed project would confirm this fear. The inappropriate, overbearing, landmark diminishing character of the proposed development should preclude consideration within the district. There is no justification or reasonable precedent for the height of this structure. If allowed, the project would be a dangerous precedent. Landmark guidelines for additions require considerations such as, does the scale of an addition overwhelm a building? Well, yes, in this case it would. How visible is the addition from the public thoroughfare? In this case, it would dominate. Any building on the proposed site that falls within the LPC district must not be visible from the street and should certainly not loom over the historic buildings, the integrity of which are essential. Typically, row houses are protected from additions that can be seen from the street. Would this project create a precedent for future developers of purchase some row houses, let's say in the West Village, and build an office tower in the shared garden space mid-block? If disallowed in those circumstances, why should it be allowed here? The comparison by the applicant of this commercial tower to two highly sensitive buildings, Porterhouse at 66 9th Avenue and 345 West 14th Street, is disingenuous, as it is belied by two very important facts. And I was already rebutted on this and brought up this new topic to me of the edge of the district. Well, an edge is an edge because it marks a boundary. The first is that both the Porterhouse and 345 are outside of the district, and therefore they cannot be used to justify something within the district. Both of the Porterhouse and 345 were intentionally built to architecturally frame the low space of the low-rise historic buildings. The sense of place, so central to architectural purpose, would be destroyed by a tower that gives every impression of a street frontage, thus thrusting into the backyards of these historic row houses. New York City is defined by its structured street grid, and the integrity of that grid, especially where it deviates into irregularity. This is the foundational element guiding how we navigate space in the city. Building mid-block is at best a rarity in New York. The impression and expectation that an entrance to the proposed tower must be on the street rather than through a narrow entry carved out of the gutted row houses would lead one to expect an actual street grid that doesn't even exist. The imposition into the middle of the existing city block of an overscaled glass tower would destabilize that essential urban structure, in addition to destroying any sense of the streetscape. This would be particularly egregious if allowed within the landmark district, as the original report powerfully prioritized and highlights the unusual meeting of the irregular grid of the village with the regularized grid of Chelsea. The Landmark Preservation Commission, as a matter of policy, usually does not allow additions that completely obliterate the rear of a historic building, a dominant aspect of this proposal. The rear of those row houses were built, the rear of those row houses has important significance as rare examples documenting how houses were built in the 19th century as part of a row and preserving the original scale of the building envelope. Care was given to document in the following historic images, which I thought I would be able to show. But anyway, here's one. This is an image of the back of the buildings. In the 1930s, the backs of these buildings were carefully documented as historically important. I won't show you the other pictures. In a current street view from the corner, you see the blue sky above the building. The integrity of the scale of the building is intact. This is contrasted in the image that the applicant is showing that the buildings in the distance, the big ghost-like structures that are outside of the district, implying that the new tower would just blend in with its surroundings. I'll skip that part. The rendering most often shown by the applicant, showing the new building, their new structure built with them, it gives a more accurate sense. It actually shows the cacophony of forms that this new structure will actually create. And the impression that the existing buildings outside the district already do this is just false. The important comparison of construction proposed within the historic district to buildings that are not in the district and labeling them as equivalents highlights the real agenda to use the restoration of the facades of these historic buildings as cover to not only gut the landmark buildings and destroy the integrity of the landmark site, but in effect to just move the boundary of the district. The Greenwich Village Society for Historical Preservation successfully supporting the designation of the Gansevoort Market Historic District wrote, quote, "Without adequate protection and education, the low-rise brick-built character of this district is likely to disappear. Development does need to take place in order to keep this remarkable area thriving. But it has to be planned development that retains the scale and mood and historic and architectural character of the area. Designation as a historic district is the only way to assure compatible development. Without this protection, Gansevoort Market will vanish, and so will a collective memory of the city's market life." Well, designation was granted, and now we must ensure that the protections it promised are indeed preserved. It is only later, when the incremental compromises we allow gain their own historical perspective, that we regret the loss of scale, intimacy, and history that can never be reclaimed. The Community Board and Landmarks Preservation Commission should prioritize the experience of those who live in and those increasing number of visitors who come to enjoy this unique historic district by preserving it. Finally, I emphasize again that this proposed project serves absolutely no public interest. The community that supports the protection of this small landmark district and these rare and essential structures in it implores you to recommend denying the present application in its entirety and to preserve the scale and integrity of the historic buildings and urban space they create, imbuing the Gansevoort Market Historic District with its unrivaled sense of place in our city. I thank you very much for affording me the time to make this statement. I believe in it, and I am voicing the opinions of many preservationists, neighbors, visitors to New York, and members of the community whom I've spoken with. Thank you.
Paul?
I can't hear. Paul, you're muted.
Sorry, it was my fault. I muted myself because I didn't want to distract anybody, but then I realized I can't unmute myself. So thank you, Jesse, for handling that. Mr. Stevens, thank you very much for that testimony. I really appreciate it. I also want to point out that Stu and Christina and Lee in the Q&A box, I want to thank you for ceding some of your time to him, but you are on record as being here and being in support of that position. Mr. Stevens, if there's anybody else from Porterhouse that you would like to call on, I know you had attorney representation. I see Jay Johnson here. I can call on him later, but if you want to call on anybody else from Porterhouse, I'd give you that opportunity.
Well, I think we'd like to call on David Kaminsky, and other than that, I think everyone will be raising their hand appropriately.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Kaminsky, if you, Jesse, can you unmute David Kaminsky? And Mr. Kaminsky is the lawyer representing Porterhouse, so he'll be able to speak. And again, David, I'd ask the same respect for the others, that we not do too much repetitive conversation. Is David available?
Thank you. Are you able to hear me? This is David.
Yep. Go ahead, David. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, David Kaminsky. I am an attorney here representing the Porterhouse. Peter spoke very eloquently and from the heart, so I will not duplicate what he has said. But what I do want to make clear is that the Porterhouse is here as a member of the community. They're not here just for the Porterhouse. The concerns that they're raising and addressing are community issues, not specific to the Porterhouse. And yes, they have the ability to organize because in fact they already are an organization. They're a condominium, they have a board, Peter is the president. Yes, they have resources, but those things should not discount their legitimate concerns. And what they're hoping to do is to preserve the things that brought them to the neighborhood in the first place, the neighborhood that they love and care about. I think you heard the love and care in Peter's presentation. And yes, we request that the committee react negatively to the developer's proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Appreciate that. All right, what I'd like to do now is move to the eastern side of the project, to the abutters at 345 West 14th Street. We have Attorney Weiss available to speak, representing 345 West 14th Street. If Howard Weiss could be unmuted, please.
Howard has been brought in as a panelist.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, again, this is that time process. You're moving from attendee to panelist now, Mr. Weiss.
Okay, and now I can see everyone.
There you are. Mr. Weiss, if you wouldn't mind, on the bottom left portion of your screen, start video so we can see you as well.
Okay.
There you go. Oh, no.
I see it. Okay, thank you. We're
Okay.
good?
Yep, thank you, sir.
Thanks so much. Jesse, if you could throw up the presentation, page 7, I'd appreciate that. And I'm only going to take 2 minutes. I did submit to the committee a 5-page letter that lays out the concern of 345 with respect to what we see as a clear zoning violation with respect to this project.
Howard, I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with what you're meaning by page 7 of your presentation.
On the, Jesse, on the applicant's presentation, page 7, if you could share.
Oh, the applicant's presentation.
Yes.
I apologize. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you. So we did submit to the committee a 5-page letter that has a rather detailed analysis of the zoning violation. And for the benefit of the committee, I will tell you, we also shared that letter with Land Use Council for the applicant. And there is nothing in that letter that we haven't actually been discussing with Land Use Council over the last several weeks. Mr. Kendall had indicated that zoning experts, zoning lawyers have studied this, and it's as of right. I've only been doing this for 34 years at the firm, running our land use practice, and my colleague Eugene Pillman, who's assisted me with respect to this matter and who's a land use attorney and joined me with respect to this analysis, has come to the same position I have. And incidentally, before my 34 years with the firm, I spent 12 years in city government, including a stint at the city plan.
Oh, shoot.
Sorry, Mr. Weiss, you're going to have to hold on for a second. There was a glitch in the system.
Yeah, hold on one second.
We're going to pull you back.
You should be on, Howard.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry about
Sorry,
that.
That's okay.
We heard you up to the point at which you, long-term member of the city planning.
Right. So I have to respectfully disagree with Mr. Kendall's statement that the question of zoning compliance is not relevant for discussion here. In fact, it is relevant for the people in 345 who are entitled to see that a building that's being developed on its zoning lot, the zoning lot we share with 351, complies fully with zoning. As the letter pointed out, if you look on this page 7, the diagram, the light and air easement area, that hatched area that's between the 345 building and the 9-story addition, is the area in contention. It starts approximately 45 feet north of the 14th Street southerly zoning lot line, and then it extends for 28 feet. It sets back between the 345 building and the 351 building 30 feet as required by the light and air easement. However, zoning requires that in fact, pursuant to sections 23 to 28 and 2371, that it's set back 50 feet. I guess what I'm somewhat taken aback at is the fact that when given the opportunity earlier in the presentation and referring to the issue of zoning noncompliance, the applicant had every opportunity to respond to the letter that we provided to the community board. This evening, we've heard nothing. We've heard nothing to respond to a very detailed analysis to why this project, with respect to the setback between the two buildings, does not comply with zoning.
All right.
We had hoped, in conclusion, I would just want to say, we had hoped that in fact the applicant, who did not agree with our analysis, would have turned back to the Department of Buildings to resolve this issue. They chose not to do so. So therefore, we elected to file with the Department of Buildings a zoning challenge with respect solely to this issue, a copy of which we also furnished to the committee. So I thank you for your time. I thank you for your consideration. And I'm hoping at the end of the day, we see a resolution that recognizes that right now this project does not comply with zoning.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. And just for a point of clarification to the rest of the committee, Mr. Weiss's letter did arrive late last night. It is in Dropbox, so you can review it in great detail. It is a zoning clarification issue that will have to be determined by the Department of Buildings. So now that the lawyers are involved in that, if Department of Buildings comes down on the side of 345 West 14th Street, then no building permits will be issued for this development. So we, as a committee, don't have to delve too great detail on that particular matter. It will be resolved by the Department of Buildings, and that will be the clarification on that. So thank you, Mr. Weiss. I appreciate your comments and support.
Mr. Chair, may I just say one other thing with respect to that? And I respect what you just said, but I think the committee should understand, as the applicant certainly understands, that a condition precedent to applying to the Landmarks Commission for a certificate of appropriateness is zoning compliance. And in fact, the applicant furnished to the Landmarks Preservation Commission a clean zoning objection sheet. And in fact, at issue now is the fact that the Department of Buildings, if not the applicant, missed this issue. And we know that everybody makes mistakes, including the Department of Buildings.
And we
Thank
certainly
you.
appreciate that. Could you use that lawyerly term again? Proficient, you said at the beginning of
A
this.
condition precedent. You have
Precedent, condition precedent. Okay,
to,
we'll
to,
make sure
to
that we make
file it.
note of that in our letter then, sir. Thank you. Condition
Thank you.
precedent.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'd now like to call on Andrew Berman from the Greenwich Village Historical Society. If we can unmute Andrew Berman and allow him to speak, that would be helpful. And Mr. Berman, when you come onto the screen, if you can make sure to start video so we can see you, that would be helpful. Thank you. Okay,
Great.
Mr. Berman, I can see you now. Thank you.
Great, and can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Great, thank you. So there's a couple of things that I want to run through here in responding to this. It's an incredibly complicated and unusual application, and there's just a few issues that I want to bring to the committee's attention and describe in terms of our own sort of evaluation of this. It's a very unusual case where you have a proposed building that's partly inside a historic district and partly outside of a historic district. It's incontrovertible that without going through any sort of public review process, they could build something quite substantial on the non-landmark portion of the site, both the portion of the site that they are currently proposing to build on, as well as theoretically, though they're not proposing to do this right now, on that northerly portion of the site, the northern half of the block extending to 15th Street. So certainly part of what we're looking at or thinking about is that reality. What's in play in terms of this approval process is the area that's within the historic district that the Landmarks Preservation Commission has jurisdiction over. I wish I could say that based upon observations of the Commission, both in general and specifically in relation to the Gansevoort Market Historic District, that I thought that there was a chance that they would say, we don't see any kind of visible addition within the district being acceptable in any way. I think it's incontrovertible that the Commission would find something acceptable within the bounds of the district, whether it's of the size, scale, design, particulars of what's before you today is an open question, but this again is part of what we are thinking about. Just to give sort of context for this, as many of you on Community Board 4 know, especially those who were around in the early 2000s, when this organization through its Save Gansevoort Market Task Force put forward the proposal for a Gansevoort Market Historic District, which Board 4 strongly supported. It originally included these two buildings on 15th Street as well as the Porter House. What happened was the development of the Porter House moved ahead with a very large addition to the building. And around that time, the commission removed that site from the proposed district, as well as the 15th Street site next to it, because the 15th Street site would only have been connected to the remainder of the district by a rear yard, which is not something they typically do. So they were not included in the landmark district. They were, however, included in the State and National Register Historic District, which we got designated a few years earlier. So there is a recognition by the state and federal government of the historic significance of those buildings, if not by the city. You know, something that I want to point out is that the applicant says that there's rent stabilized tenants in the 15th Street building, that they've moved from 14th Street and from 9th Avenue and that were previously there, and therefore that means those buildings aren't going anywhere. I disagree with that statement in the sense that while I don't dispute that they probably have no plans to do that now, just as the rent stabilized tenants were moved from 14th Street and 9th Avenue into 15th Street, they could just as easily be moved again. And rent stabilized tenants don't live forever. So part of what we're also thinking about in terms of this is the 15th Street buildings. Early in the process, we raised with the applicant the question of whether or not they would consider a preservation easement, which meant that if this development went forward, that they would be restricted from developing the 15th Street portion, and those buildings there would be preserved. We've only very recently heard back from them that it's something that they're looking at and considering, which we appreciate, and we've let them know that from our perspective, if that were part of this package that would add to the positives, clearly there are negatives and things in between here as well, until or unless there is an actual agreement to do so, however, it's great that they're looking into that. Unless there's a clear agreement, it's all sort of theoretical at this point. I will say this, I'm very concerned to see that the plan involves the demolition of most of basically the entire rear of the buildings. The Landmark Commission doesn't really regulate the interiors of the buildings, so we're less concerned about the loss of that. They could do that without going through any public review process. But the loss of the entire rear of the buildings is concerning to us. We think that the proposed restorations of the facade have a lot of positives to them. I think we have some questions about the ground floor, which seems very open and glassy. But unfortunately, those buildings were really kind of butchered by prior owners and heavily compromised before designation took place. So on the positive side of the ledger, we do see that those public-facing facades of the building would be restored. However, it seems to be at the price of destroying everything behind the facades, including historic material. And that is a concern as well. And I'll also just add that we're very much looking at this from the perspective which the landmarks law requires, which is what can be sort of seen from the public right of way, how this will all look from the street, from Gansevoort Plaza, from that wide open intersection. That's how the law requires this be looked at. And again, it does bring up the sort of complicated and vexing issue, which is that even if, and this seems incredibly unlikely, the commission were to say, we won't allow you to build anything visible on the landmark portion of the site, they can go ahead and build on the non-landmark portion of the site, no matter what. So there will be in all likelihood, a large visible new building here regardless. The question is whether or not it does or doesn't go through this public review process, and whether or not at the end of the day there could be something worth getting out of that process that would make the positive side of the ledger greater than the negative side of the ledger. And to us, there are still many things that are in play here that make the answer to that question to be determined. Obviously, we're going to have to arrive at our position by the time it goes to the LPC. But these are some of the questions and issues that we have right now. I would say if we had our druthers, we would strongly prefer to see no large glassy building going up on this site. But again, we're cognizant of the fact that on the non-landmark portion of the site, there's nothing that we or anyone else can do about that. And that's the end of my statement.
Well, thanks, sir. I appreciate your comments. Very helpful information. And appreciate all the work you're doing. Other people mentioned you in their comments, so appreciate that. I'm now going to move over to the Q&A box to see who has posted things, and I will either read the statement or call on people to ask. Again, I note that there are a bunch of anonymous attendees, so I can't call on you, so I'm just going to read the statement that I see in there, but unfortunately that means I can't call on anybody to elaborate on that, nor am I going to defer to the applicants to answer that question directly because I just don't know where it's coming from, except for it's typed into the box. So what I'd like, Richard Kramer has put in a great number of comments. So Mr. Kramer, I'd like to ask that you go next, and if you can consolidate all the questions that you've asked in here into one statement or question, that would be helpful. So Richard Kramer.
I'm moving them over now. If everybody can just give me 1 second.
Thank you.
Tell me when you're ready.
Yeah, Mr. Kramer, if you could start video on the bottom left of your screen so we could see you, that'd be helpful. Thank you.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yep, you're all set. Go ahead.
Thanks. I appreciate what was just previously said by the community preservationists and everyone. I am a member of the Porterhouse. I can actually stare at the courtyard. I'm on the second floor. And from the previous committee meeting, I had requested that a light and air study be done, and that's why it was presented during the committee meeting. As could be seen on pages 24 to 26 of the applicant's presentation, especially during winter, light and air is not only basically lost in the lower floors of the existing building of the Porterhouse, but of its tenants and neighbors in the rent stabilization building, which I'm not sure when they signed up to move, no matter the condition of their 9th Avenue address, they knew they would lose some light and air when this giant tower was presented. I agree that the applicant has density and they're able to build it, but by moving over to the LPC area, they're not only affecting the light and air here, but they're affecting the feel of the neighborhood. And I agree, there have been many comments, both in the previous meeting and others, about high-end condo community members losing their view. It's not just view, it's light and air. And we all must know that the development being built, I believe, is not have an affordable component for rent, for office or retail tenants. So these are high-end tenants who are going to be spending money on this space. So I haven't heard any benefit for the community with this project being built. I agree that these rent stabilized tenants should be continued to be stabilized, and for diminishing the view and air and light, I think this building should be further recessed so it's not viewed from the street. And those are all my comments at this point.
Great, thank you so much, appreciate that. Now I'd like to move to one of our community board members who's here as a neighbor, Alan Oster. Alan, if you are ready, if you could come, Jesse will switch you over so you can speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes, and Alan, if you wouldn't mind starting your video for us so we could see you, that'd be great. Start video on the bottom left corner of your screen.
Got you.
There we go, thank you. Oh, nope, you're off again.
Hi. So just speaking as a sidewalk architect, recent developments in the neighborhood, 24th Street, 25th Street, between 10th and 11th, the buildings have taken a little step back from this glass and metal format, and they blend in more with the buildings in a more traditional fashion. So my question is, why go this route in terms of this building, in staying with the seems at this point the outdated format, in my view, unprofessional view, in terms of creating this glass and metal finger stuck right in the middle of this historic group of buildings, which you seem to want to cherish so much. And why not create something, if you get the opportunity to do that, create something that kind of like builds from the base and has a more of a aesthetic that stays in conforming with the rest of the project. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Alan. Good to see you. Next, we're going to move to Cheryl Gold. If we can transfer Cheryl Gold in. And Ms. Gold, if you can start your video when you come on, that'd be great. There we go. Yep.
Hello?
Yep, Cheryl, thank you. We can see you and hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi. My name is Cheryl Gold. I live in the Porter House. I relatively recently moved to the area, and one of the things that attracted me so much was the beauty and the integrity of how the district has been so lovingly restored. And what I also like is how the other buildings within the historic district have added extra floors, but you can't see them from the street. They're all recessed and they're all within a few stories extra, not a big glaring tower. And I also wanted to concur with everything that Peter said, since I don't want to take up everyone's time since it's late. But I just feel that ripping down the original buildings and just putting up a Hollywood movie set to look like what was there sort of defeats the whole point of having a landmark community. I mean, you're not protecting a landmark district by eating away at it. And if everybody else in the neighborhoods as well, you know what, they were able to go 50% over, then what's going to be left of the district? That's just my point, is there's a district, it was thoughtfully drawn out for a reason. And if they do want to build in the non-landmarked area, that's the reason there's a line drawn there. But to add a 9-story tower where it's already landmarked, I think is a crime. And I just want to thank you all for your time and thoughtfulness on this process.
Thank you, Ms. Gold. We appreciate it. Now we're going to move to Zella Jones. Zella Jones, Jesse, if you can move her over. And Ms. Jones, again, please start your video when you come on. Yep, Zella, we can see you now and hear you. Thank you.
Okay. I think my question stands for itself. I am not in the Gansevoort area. I represent three historic districts actually, and I'm very worried about the precedent that this sets and dividing historic and non-historic boundaries is a horrible precedent, and I can see that it could be manipulated throughout the city. So I am asking, it is a question, and anybody who wants to answer it can answer it. How does this not establish a precedent in similar areas throughout the city? And I'm very aware of at least 3 of them.
Great, thank you. And I'm sure that will be part of our discussion. So we have somebody named Bobby, who is just listed as Bobby in the Q&A session. If Jesse's going to move somebody named Bobby, we're going to hope for the best.
I'm working on it.
Yeah.
I don't know if Bobby might have stepped out. Hold on.
I don't see it on the
Yeah, no, I don't have Bobby any longer.
Bobby, his statement is, I agree with the statement made by the gentleman from Porterhouse. The comparison to the buildings outside of the district is not comparable. The development should have value to the public. Obliterating the rear of the row houses seems contrary to preserving this landmarks. So that was Bobby's statement. I was going to give him the opportunity to speak on his own. Let's go to Jay Johnson, who also is from Porterhouse. Jay Johnson.
Give me one moment.
Yeah. Again, everybody, I appreciate all your patience during this. It's a controversial topic. There's a lot of us here. There were still over 100 people present, so I appreciate your patience on this.
Can you see me?
Yes, we can, Jay.
Can you hear me?
Yep, there you go, Jay.
Yes,
Thank you.
My concern was about the what percentage of the old will still exist with this project after it's done, and how long do you propose that this construction is going to happen?
I think I would like to defer to either George or Harry, just to quickly answer, how long is the forecast for construction? If you gain approvals, when would you start and what is your forecast? But very quickly, thank you.
Can we have Dov answer that question, please?
Who?
Time of construction.
Got it. Hold on.
From the time we commence construction, we anticipate it will take between 18 and 22 months to complete the project.
Right, thank you for that information. I'd like to now move on to Tom Cashin. Tom Cashin.
How do I do it? Okay.
Tom?
Yeah.
You're gonna have a lot of reverb. I think, are you using the phone?
I see do you see me now?
We see you, but you have a lot of reverb. So either you have to turn down your speaker, or if you have a speakerphone on using the phone line.
Okay.
Turn off your phone.
Is that better?
No.
Better?
No, Tom.
Better.
That's better.
Okay.
It's not perfect, but it's
a lot
better.
of my concerns were already expressed very well. It's my understanding that a landmark row house are typically protected from additions that can be seen from the street in an historic district. And these buildings are usually between 1 and 6 stories tall. And my concern is that this proposed tower, which is much taller than was cited in the submission, will just overshadow the original historic row of townhouses. And just the idea of destroying the entire landmark structures and preserving the facades, like Cheryl said, almost like in a Hollywood type prop, just so you can construct the building that you want to build. And it just seems very artificial, out of place, and not harmonious with the existing neighborhood that we have. From my view, it doesn't serve residents, visitors, or even anyone coming down to the district any benefits. There are no public spaces, no parks, no walkways, and I just don't see it as a positive addition to the preservation of our area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cashin. I'm going to move to Jill Ford. Jill, if you can join us.
Hello,
Yeah.
can you hear me?
Yep, there you are. If you could, we can hear you now, Jill. Can't see you yet, but we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you. I would just like to give my support to everyone who's spoken. You know, the meatpacking district and the Gansevoort district is very special to people who work in the area, as well as people who live in the area and have lived in the area for years and years and years. Our children go to schools in this area. They've seen the district and the surrounding neighborhood that we all live in change in so many ways, and not necessarily for the better. The local fabric of this area is so precious to the people who use it, whether it's through work, through living, through experiencing New York City. And I agree with everyone's statement that this just seems very incongruous with that fabric of what our district is all about and what our neighborhood is all about. To have this steel, this tall 9-story glass tower seems almost like an eyesore. And all of the statements that were made by the developer and the architects at the beginning of this, saying that they were doing it for a dialogue between the old and the new, it doesn't ring true to me at all. It seems very much motivated by trying to maximize profits, as opposed to really looking out for what is such a special part of New York City that draws all types of people to it, of all different incomes, of all different walks of life. It's worth preserving, and not just preserving a couple of windows and a couple of bricks at the front. It's worth preserving to preserve all of it, because it's part of it's an integral part. It's what people think about when they think about our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ford. Appreciate that. Can we now move to Simona Stevens? Simona Stevens.
Yes, how do I do?
Hello, we can hear you, but you need to start. There you go. Now you've started. We can see and hear you now, Ms. Stevens. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening. Well, all my comments were now progressively have been said by the people that spoke before me. But anyway, I have lived at the Porter House for 13 years and frequented the meatpacking for over 25. I stay involved with what happens in the area, in my building, around my building, and care for the community, not only for us here, and beyond the impact that this development will have on my building and 345 West 14th Street. I just hope that it's clear to all that the sole preservation that developers will carry out is the facade of the old buildings. All the rest will be gone and lost, and that's what just people have been saying in the last 15 minutes. It seems to me that the facade restoration is sort of a trade-off for the building of the glass tower. And then I have a question about the rent stabilizer tenants. At the previous meeting in February, I think someone raised the question that the people that were moved to 15th Street, they were not told initially that yes, they were being moved to a bigger space, but that they were basically being buried. They have no view, and I heard there is a lot of disappointment from the people. Can anybody talk a little bit about that? Can you please, could anybody elaborate a bit on this? Because that's an important thing. I mean, about the truthful statements from the developers, the people that are working on this project. So this is what I heard, and I'm the direct neighbor. So I would really like, that they could talk about this a little bit. Thank you.
Nick, do you want to take a quick answer to that? It was a very direct question, so let's see if we can't get a very short, precise answer to that.
Nick, you're on.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Simona. Could you just repeat the last part of the question, please?
Yes. I think it was said at the meeting on February 26th, and I heard in the neighborhood that there has been some discontent from the people that were the tenants, the rent stabilizer tenants that were moved from the houses on 14th Street to 15th Street, that initially they were attracted by the idea of having a bigger space, because just like someone, I don't remember his name, said before, the interior, the apartments of the buildings on 14th Street were really in very bad condition, and they were very, very, very small. So they were said that they were going to be moved to bigger spaces, and so they were very happy about that. They all said yes. And then they discovered that yes, they had more space, but the space was really without any light. I think Richard Kramer also pointed that out. No light and absolutely no view, whereas before they had a smaller apartment in worse condition, but they had a view of 14th Street and 9th Avenue. Either or.
You know, we have not experienced any of those complaints or concerns brought to us. We have had constant contact with the rent stabilized tenants. We believe to be very open and good communication with them, and we have not heard any of those complaints at all.
Okay, I heard differently. I heard that some of them, not all of them, of course, I didn't speak to, but that you know, they were.
But they're not on this. They're not on this call, right? I mean, they're not on this webinar. I think that they were. I think they were invited, and I think that they could have joined this this session, but they have not. And so I feel like this is like in some kind of a court case, somebody would say that this might be hearsay, right?
Well, I don't know if there are 100 people in the, so I don't know if anybody.
Ms. Stevens, thank you. You had you asked your question and they gave an answer. Whether we like it or not, that's the answer. I apologize. But let's proceed. I'd like to, there's a series of other people who have posted lengthy statements on the Q&A. I can read through those statements unless people feel compelled that they would rather speak. That includes Paul Kuntz, Stu Davidoff, and Noah Pfefferblit. So if Paul and Stu and Noah, if you want to speak, please use the raise hand feature and I will call on you. Otherwise, I'm just going to read your statements from the Q&A. And there's also a Dan Pickett. Dan, the same thing. Dan, if you want to speak, just raise your hand on the attendees list so I can see you and I will call on you. In the meantime, I'm going to read Noah's statement. Noah, the following is the statement. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am Noah Pfefferblit, a resident of Chelsea, and I am opposed to this application and the proposed building. I walk past the site of the proposed building fairly often, and I value the appealing character of the low-rise buildings on 4460 9th Avenue and 35155 West 14th Street. These buildings contribute to the charming quality that has helped to revive this area in recent years. It should not be threatened by large-scale modern developments that tower over the smaller buildings and undermine the sense of open space that is so critical to the integrity of this historic district. I encourage the committee to join the neighbors of the proposed site and encourage the Landmarks Commission to reject the application and preserve the scenic and historic part of Chelsea. Thank you. That was Noah Pfefferblit's statement. I see a hand went up in the attendees. It's Don Pickett. We're going to call on you next. And while we're waiting to transfer Don Pickett in, I will read Paul Kuntz's statement. Paul Kuntz says, thank you. In case my name isn't evident, I'm Paul Kuntz and want to express my opposition to this project. My brief statement is that the delineation of the historic district in the 2003 report is thoughtful and deliberate and could easily have excluded the area immediately behind the row houses. This application is not a small incursion into the historic district to solve an intractable problem. It is a private glass office building that has nothing to do with the character and history of the district or its residents and infringes to a significant degree on the district boundary. We don't have many of these protected districts in the city and they deserve to have their unique character protected. Thanks to you and the rest of the board for running an effective meeting under difficult circumstances. Thank you, Mr. Kuntz. We also have statements of support in Q&A from Andrea Counts, Jessica Campbell, Jose Cucuza, David Dignam, Matthew Nichols. So just so everybody, it's recorded in the Q&A on record, but I wanted to audibly state their opposition and support of other speakers. So now we will call on, what did I say?
Don Pickett, he's unmuted. Oh,
Don
he was
Pickett.
unmuted. I did unmute him. Oh.
So Don, go ahead.
Thank you. So I am one of those mythical tenants who was relocated from the 14th Street building to the 15th Street building. And I have two major issues. They're specifically with the 9-story tower. And I'm just going to read basically the statement I pasted in the QA because I think it's the quickest way. So my new apartment is in the back of the building facing south. And one of the greatest joys of that apartment is the enormous amount of year-round light it gets. During the summer, I don't have to turn on any lights in my apartment until late in the day. And that light, that's one of the main reasons that I accepted the offer from Tavros for resettlement. And I have other tenants who also live in the south of the building. They've told me that they were same reason for them. One of the reasons they accepted, and Dov told one of them that that light would never go away. Looking at the site plans and the light and air and shadow studies, it looks pretty obvious to me that the south face of 364 West 15th Street is going to be an almost permanent shadow when the 9-story building is finished. So instead of a light-filled apartments, anyone who lives in the back of 15th Street will be dependent on whatever reflected light happens to come through our windows. And during the winter, it looks like we're going to be in pretty much perpetual gloom. My other worry is about the noise. So from what I can tell, the mass of the new HVAC equipment required to heat and cool the 9-story building is going to be located on the roof of the existing 1-story structure. That 1-story structure is currently covered by the HVAC equipment and the exhaust from the restaurants from the existing commercial tenants. It's directly outside the windows of anyone who lives in the south side of the building, and it's already very noisy. I've had the DEP out to take sound readings more than once, and they have found the sound out there to be above the legal limit. I was going to have them take more readings, but obviously with the COVID quarantine, nothing's open. I don't see any way to put the HVAC equipment for the new construction in that area without making that area either as noisier or noisier than it already is. And since that is a commercial building, 9 stories, that equipment's probably going to run in pretty much 24/7, which means it's going to be very noisy back there. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Pickett. Appreciate that. And continuing down the list of the Q&A box, I see that Andrea Ahanja and Betsy Mitchell have also voiced support of the other speakers, so I'm not going to call on them. I also see statements from David Hart and Ron Kaplan. Ron's question is about the affordable units. If the stabilized tenants move out, will affordable stabilized housing be lost, or will those apartments themselves remain stabilized? So I don't know if I think that sounds like a question for Nick or Dove. Will the apartments remain stabilized if the current tenant moves out?
Nick is unmuted. I'm checking on Dove.
Will they, if the current tenant moves out, for at least 6 of the apartments that are there, I believe that the rent stabilization law requires that those apartments maintain and stay rent stabilized.
So 6 of the 15 will
Six of the 15, I believe that they will definitely. For the other 8, once those tenants move out, I am forgive me for not knowing, but I am not 100% sure if the apartment maintains its rent stabilized status or not.
The current, actually, if I can, the current rent stabilization law, as passed last summer, does keep rent stabilized units rent stabilized, which would speak to all 15. So the building, and we've discussed this with a number of people, those units will stay rent stabilized in compliance with the law. As I had said earlier, if the law changes, then maybe there are things that would change with lifespans, life events, et cetera. But in accordance with the law, they're rent stabilized units.
All right, so as long as the law doesn't change, they stay stabilized. Okay.
I believe that's the case.
If it's okay, I just wanted to go back to Mr. Pickett's comment about the noise from in the rear of the building. So in our proposed building, that space would be enclosed. So the noise would be significantly reduced from what it is today. And we've gone to great lengths to make sure that is in fact the case. And George can elaborate on that if he thinks it's necessary, but just to address Mr. Pickett's statement about the noise from that equipment, we have worked very hard through our design process to make sure that that condition, which we think is not a good one currently, is improved with the new project.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate that. This is going to bring us to the end of the public session of the meeting. I see if anybody else in the public wishes to make a statement, please use the raise hand feature right now, and I will call on you. Otherwise, we're going to close the public session and move back to committee discussion and deliberation. I will note that Whitney Curatorial has noted support for the, it looks like the Porterhouse presentation. So Whitney, thank you for your comments and support for them. I'm not seeing any attendees' hands go up. Remember, if you're on the phone, *9 raises your hand. So if you're on the phone calling in without video, *9 will raise your hand. Anybody else? Okay, auctioneer block, going once, going twice, 3 times. Let's close public session and move back to committee if we could, please. Thank you, everybody. That was great. I appreciate everyone's patience. Getting about 20 people to speak was a good task. I'm excited for the input.
Okay, I think I'm back at the ranch here.
Hey, Betty, I'm gonna mute the applicants at this point, just so then we'll.
We can call on them if we need them. But.
Right, exactly.
Do you want to, Jesse, would it help at this point to just unmute the committee so that we can control our unmuting?
That's fine.
And then attendees are welcome to stay online. We'll be continuing our deliberations for another, who knows how long.
No, don't say that.
So are you all set, Jesse?
Give me 1 second, please. All right, so I'm unmuting all of the committee members, right?
Yeah, and again, committee members, as soon as you're unmuted, please mute because there's a lot of us.
Well, no. If you do that, then I think I have to unmute you again. I don't.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
remember,
that's the whole point.
All right.
Well, let's see if everybody can be quiet.
Yeah, or just raise hand. Use the raise hand feature.
Okay.
Yeah, we're going with it. Let's see what happens.
Can we continue, Jesse?
Yeah, I'm doing it.
He's
you keep on talking. You go.
I'm gonna go to unmute everybody.
Okay.
Yeah, let's keep on going, Betty.
Okay.
We'll get there.
Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do is describe how we're going to proceed for the committee's discussion and vote process, okay? It has to be a little more structured than our usual way of operating the committee. So I'm going to conduct the first round of statements on the proposal from each committee member, and then again can call on, I thought I'd call on them in reverse alphabetical order. And if you want to make a second statement, you could do the raise the hand feature. We'll call on those people for the second round of statements. I know it's awkward and it's kind of weird because we usually are more relaxed, but this is the best we can do. So I'm going to call on Colin. Do you want to make a statement, comment about the proposal? This is, and then I should state, excuse me, Colin, that after we have this discussion, then I propose we do the voting. And we could conceivably, I'm not saying we have to do it this way, we could do it in 3 parts. We could do conditional approach as proposed by David. We could do restoration of the row houses, and then we could do construction of the 9-story tower. Don't have to do it that way, but it's one structure, one process we could use. So let's just go back to the discussion. So now is the time for you to say, I think that blah, 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 and you can make your case, or you can say, I want to just wait to hear what everybody else has to say. So back to Colin. Do you want to make some comment?
Yeah, Betty, thank you so much. Most of my comments I gave during our, little pre-committee hearing, but, I think I'd just like to say that from an aesthetic standpoint, I actually believe the restoration is an improvement. So I do appreciate that aspect of the project. And with that, I'll pass.
Okay. So you're just talking about you believe the restoration of the row houses is an improvement, right? Right? Oh, did he get?
Muted and.
Oh, I'm sorry. He got muted again? Oh, well. I think I got his comment.
Yes, Betty, you summarized my comment well.
Okay.
Hold on, Betty. I'm gonna remove the master lock at this point. So I'm gonna give the committee members complete control.
Oh, boy.
Okay.
Go wild. Okay. So Colin, you're going to
Okay.
wait. You're going to wait on making a comment about the tower? He's muted again.
That's right.
There is Colin.
Yeah, Betty, my proposal, my preference again is for either proposal 2 or 3 or whatever compromise gets us the shortest tower that remains, financially viable and allows for the restoration of the row houses.
Okay, all right, okay. Pam, you next.
Well, oh dear. I think everybody knows pretty much where I stand on this, which is that I am opposed fundamentally to the changes that are being proposed for these buildings. My heart breaks for the loss of the interior fabric of these buildings. And I perceive that they are lost, that fabric is going to be lost no matter what happens. I think that if any structure is built, it should be barely on the landmarked portion, barely visible from anywhere in the plaza. I think that would mean maybe 2 stories in the back. I'm not sure, but I grieve over the whole prospect of the Hollywood set effect. And I would frankly like to see those buildings left just as they are now, if they could survive. I prefer the diversity, I prefer the oddballness of them and the little individual store spaces, all of that's being lost. Thank
you. I think I got your drift. Okay. Hector?
Hi. I tend to agree with Pam. Fortunately, basically, I'm looking at the options available and the designs they're coming along with, and I really think it's a huge eyesore that just juts out in the middle of that beautiful corner. That's has a lot of historical presence. And honestly, if we had any, real influence here, I would really push for something minimal, like maybe a 4-story recess building in the back. For at least it would minimize the impact, and it still would allow the developer to build something out of it. I don't know if that would be plausible, really, but I would think that would be the only way to minimize the impact. It would be that would cause abuse in the neighborhood and changing the character and the aesthetics of the neighborhood there. So I'm actually kind of opposed to the tower that they're putting up right now, unfortunately. It's just, I don't think it really benefits the neighborhood. I kind of understand where they're going at it from a commercial aspect of it. But as far as residential, I don't know if that's really preserving any real housing in the community. So if I was to go with anything, I'd probably go with a 4-story and try to minimize the impact and have it as recessed back as far as possible. So as to reach some sort of compromise and I guess allow these people to proceed with some kind of construction.
Okay, so when you talk about minimizing the 4 stories, that's behind the row houses?
Right, exactly.
That's what you mean?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, but maybe more development on the non-historic part?
I would like to minimize that as much as possible as well, but I do realize that in order for any of this to proceed, it has to be somewhat profitable for these folks to proceed with anything. So, I'm not kidding myself into thinking they're going to be doing it out of the kindness of their heart. Even though they seem very passionate about trying to retain some of the original facade, honestly, it does create that movie set kind of character in the front facing the street, where basically when it's going to be totally different on the inside, obviously, and on the interiors and in the yard as well, from the looks of it. So.
Okay. Thank you, Hector.
Okay.
Kit, you're on.
I think I'm somewhere in between the things that have been said so far. So first, just want to say that I appreciate the statements from all the folks from the public, and also appreciate that the applicant came back and addressed some of the questions that came up the first time around. I think something that's important for us to keep in mind is that something will be built, and there's an opportunity for us to have a role in helping to determine what that is. If we have this go through our process and through the landmarks process, I would be worried about a scenario where we came down too hard and said, you know, we're going to reject this out of hand, as was requested by some folks, because the developer still has the prerogative to then build something potentially bigger and, to many folks, potentially more unsightly on the portions of the parcel that are not landmarked. And so, you know, in line with some of the other folks who have spoken from the committee, I hope we can land someplace that is not obtrusive and not necessarily the currently proposed proposal. But I also see the value, to Colin's statement, of this property being redeveloped in terms of the row houses, in terms of the historic facades. I think that from when I walk past them, they feel like they've deteriorated and will continue to do so. And so I'd love to see us land in a place where there's an opportunity for the developer to move forward with a project that makes sense for them, preserve the facades, build something that is not offensive, that then in turn enables them to make this project worthwhile.
Okay, thank you. Kind of in between idea. Okay, great. Thank you, Kit. Now we're up to Brad.
Brad's still muted. Brad is still muted.
He can unmute himself. I can try to.
Yeah, there you go.
Brad?
Thank you, Brad.
There you go. There you go.
Hi, Paul. Hi, Betty. Thank you for the time, and thanks to the public and to the applicant. I think I've stated before, and to say what Kit said, they're going to build. I like the landmark portion of it, of the preservation of the row houses. I think having one tower to the left and one tower to the right kind of looks like there's a big low point. So for me, we're getting both worlds. We're getting jobs in the community. I think it looks great. I like it as is. And I also like that we have an affordable housing component, which is one of our biggest fights that we always try to get our developers to adhere to. And we have that situation here. And we just heard that it's now in permanent. So that's my point. I think it looks great. I can appreciate the both neighbors, but everywhere in the city, there's building next door. And I think this is a good compromise and sets off the neighborhood, in my opinion. I also live in the neighborhood. So that's it for me, Paul and Betty. Thank you.
Okay, just Brad, just to be clear, so I got your point, that you favor the proposal as it is proposed. Is that right?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Got it. Okay. Mike, you're on.
Yeah, thanks, Betty. You know, you've seen me flip-flop here the last few days.
It's a tough issue.
But you know that I've devoted a lot of time to this, so it's not as though I've just, glanced over it. I've studied it. And after hearing the comments in opposition and hearing from the developers for the first time, because I was absent in February, I see that we're not going to have a scenario where we don't have a big building there. So I'm going to go with the option that I suggested to you earlier, which is 4 stories in the historic part of the backyard there, and 9 stories in the non-landmark portion. And with respect to the rest of it, yeah, I like the way those row houses look. That's about it.
Okay, that's very clear, Mike. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to pass on myself. Let's go to Bert. You're on.
Well, I was, like Mike, I wasn't here or there in February. So this is my first direct experience of all the passions that are involved. The passions of the developers, the passions of the neighbors. It's an experience. I also, before I say anything else, I very much appreciate Betty, you and Paul and Jesse. This is like a major experiment. 100 people. And I think you're doing great. We're learning. We're learning. I have a sense that maybe next month we'll all be here together again.
Let's hope so.
This format, but I think you're doing great. There's probably, Jesse, skills that you didn't think you needed to have when you signed up to be community district manager. Now, the content here. I'd like, the inside to have some sense of what it was, but we have no control over that, so I'll throw that away, just having said it. Preservation, quote unquote, of these row houses, quote unquote, there's not really much left of what was there in the 1840s. Let's be real, okay? There's not much there. Probably since about 1870, every generation tried to, quote unquote, modernize it. So what we have left today is a basic hodgepodge. I think, Pam, you said you like the quirkiness of it. I don't know if that was your word. It's a hodgepodge, and everybody enjoys that hodgepodge. There's not much left. I think what's proposed by the developers gets a sense of perhaps what was there. And I think that's the best we can do, actually. In terms of, and I don't like the word tower because we're not talking about a tower. I hear this word tower being thrown around, and my image is, what are we talking about? 60 stories? We're talking 9 stories. Is it taller than any of the other buildings around it? No. And I love the term that the architects used about Porterhouse, that it was an aggressive addition. That really covered a lot of territory, an aggressive addition. I would prefer if we had some kind of, again, many people have said this, I think Mike right before me, 3 stories, 4 stories immediately behind. So visually, walking down or walking across the street, there wouldn't be too much of an impingement visually above the lines of what had been there, the left of the 19th century buildings. I also don't know how to attend to the back. No one sees the back except someone who'll be looking down on it. I don't know really what's there to preserve. I would like if something could be done about, if there's something preservable in the back, to attend to that. But again, I would like the new addition on the landmark territory to be low rise, 3, 4 stories, not visible from the street. And then on the non-landmark part of the site, if you want to go up 9 stories, 8 stories, figure it out, have the same square footage that you're proposing now, I would be into something like that.
Okay. That's clear, Bert. Thank you. Let's see who's next. Thank you. David.
David is still muted. David, if you're There we go. Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep. Thank you, David.
Yeah, you know, I disagree with Bert. I think there is still a lot left, and it doesn't matter that much whether it's visible from the street. If all you're going to preserve is what's visible from the street, then you really are making Disneyland. And, you know, aside from what the Landmarks Commission views as preservation, there are national standards from the Department of the Interior for 4 different treatment standards. The first of which is preservation. It's very serious about preserving rather than extensive replacement and new construction. There's rehabilitation, which is for adaptive reuse, which is what this should be. And it talks about making modifications to make possible a compatible use for the property. A modern office building is not compatible with an 1840s row house, and in fact it demands taking out all of the timber historic fabric of these buildings. There's also something called restoration, which is selectively taking a building back to a specific period from its past. There's a little bit of that going on here. There's reconstruction, which is rebuilding part of a building which was lost to history. But there's nothing about actually planning the removal of something so that you can reconstruct it. You know, just as there's no crying in baseball, there's no doing that in preservation thinking. You know, we are living in a city where the Landmarks Commission seems to mistake preserving a facade for preserving a building. And this historic district was created to preserve buildings. The people who were citizen preservationists like ourselves, before there was a Landmarks Commission, who walked around Brooklyn Heights in the Village in the 50s and early 60s, weren't thinking, gee, these are fantastic buildings. Something has to be done to preserve their facades. You know, it's simply the concession that has been made by the commission as an expedient. And the purpose of the community board is for us to engage with what would otherwise be a solipsistic government agency. And I think it's important for us, if anyone in the city should be pushing against facadism, it should be us in Chelsea after we were handed a Landmarks Commission permit for the demolition of everything but the facade of the oldest house in Chelsea. So one of the speakers, Zella Jones, pointed out that this was bigger than the specific project. And I think that whatever we advise landmarks, we want to make the point that the so-called complete restoration of these buildings is not passing muster with us as this, nor will it in the future. Andrew Berman, another one of the speakers, brought some pragmatism into the picture and pointed out that, you know, we're at risk of losing the 15th Street row houses. So what I'd like to propose is that we state that unless there is a preservation easement for the 15th Street row houses, we won't support any new construction on this site. And we will be unhappy in any case with the preservation treatment of the historic row houses. And what I'd like to do is, in the rest of our discussion, talk about what might be acceptable as new construction if the applicant comes back with a preservation easement in hand. And I don't think that we can work from the promise of that, because the Landmarks Commission, they're not going to insist on it down the road. It takes 3 or 4 months to get one of those. Landmarks is unlikely to insist on it because 15th Street is outside their boundary of the historic district. You know, I've thought about what might be something that's going to motivate the applicant enough that they're not going to instead develop 15th Street as luxury housing. So I think it probably needs to be something that is visible from the public way. And I think that 6 stories has some rationale to it. The Historic District Designation Report points out that the district takes visual cohesion from its 1 to 6 story scale. The Samsung building, which seems like the closest applicable precedent is 6 stories tall. And as one of the speakers said, the commissioners debated that, and some of them thought that might even set a poor precedent. Also, 345 West 14th Street has a masonry base that steps down as it approaches the row houses along the street front on 14th Street. And the lowest part of that would be equivalent to about a 6-story height for the new office tower. That's also the height of the nearby masonry base of Porterhouse. So to me, that seems like a number that the Landmarks Commission could hang its hat on. I think it would also reduce the kind of dwarfing impact of the new tower to an acceptable degree. And, you know, if I were proposing this, I would say we reject it unless the applicant comes back to us later with the preservation easement for 15th Street, and then we would accept a 6-story tower.
Okay, I think actually we're quite specially informed about your position because I shared it with the committee members. And
okay, but there's one more thing. I'm sorry, I forgot this one. The rear elevations, you know, they do remain reasonably intact above the first floor with their historic window openings. I think there's no reason that they can't be kept and still be made open to the office component if windowsills are lowered here and there to create doors, doors leading in. I would simply like to maintain as much of the historic fabric of those row houses as possible. And even if there's a way of creating passages into them with fire shutters so that their timber construction can be kept, I think that would be terrific. So I'd like to make that part of what we would require in order to approve a 6-story tower.
okay, thank you. And thank you for all the time and thought that you have put into this. I know you've given an in-depth examination and thinking. Let's go to Tina.
But Elzora's here, I think. Elzora logged in. Do you want to?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't notice that. I'm Elzora, can we see you?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but your video's not on. If you want to start video so we can see you, you can. There you go. Well, hello.
Hi.
Hi, Elzora. We're all very saddened by your.
That was intentional.
Elzora, thank you so much for joining us tonight. I know that you're.
My sound is not very good either. So, all right, that's enough video.
Yeah.
Okay, great. I actually feel strongly about what David just shared. So I definitely will say if I could sign on to what David shared with us just now, that would be great. My primary concern was that concept of preserving 15th Street row houses, making sure that that's not something that gets lost in the shuffle. I think 6 stories is fair. I mean, I probably have some flexibility with the height. Not really I want it to be an eyesore. I think 9 is pretty high. David pretty much covered everything. I'd just be repeating a lot of Elzora shares David's thoughts.
Okay. Okay, thank
Thank
you.
you.
And thank you for coming. Let's see. Paul, should I wait
Yes,
on you?
I'll help with summarizing and.
Okay. Marty?
Did you mean to skip Tina?
Yeah, do you want to go back to Tina? Going to go back to Tina because you had skipped her to do Elzora.
Oh, whoops, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Tina?
Thank you, Marty.
Okay. Thanks, everybody. This is going, wow, pretty well for the first time we've done something like this. So thanks, everybody, especially our co-chairs and our district manager for doing all of this. So, hey, I like your background. So I think in terms of the tower, itself, I think close to where Bert and Michael are coming from on this. I really feel strongly that we should, in the historic district, none of this construction should be visible from the street. And would venture to say, I think 4-story building there, to me, would be acceptable. Like Elora, you know, maybe 6 stories with maybe more wiggle room there on the non-landmarked portion of, yeah. So I think that's pretty clear to me. I'd also say must preserve the 15th Street building, especially considering the people that were moved there under a certain understanding. I think we should make sure that is honored. And for me, the storefronts are very problematic. I understand that we need to, that the facades need a great deal of repair, and I appreciate that. But what we have now is a hodgepodge. But there's something, and I don't want to be nerdy by saying, you know, there's something quaint about the hodgepodge, but to me, it conveys a historic evolution over time. So in that way, you know, for me, it has a certain character, whereas what's presented now, while, you know, I can appreciate the slick design and I like the design, I just feel it's misplaced. Very concerned that it invites a big box store, which I think would be really detrimental to the entire neighborhood. I again, I think in the first meeting we had, the prior meeting, had asked for maybe reconceptualizing that portion. It just looks so uninteresting. And I can see when, you know, those big windows are filled with, you know, God knows what, because who's going to be in there? It could be, it could defeat the purpose of having it uniform, just because I can see this looking like something like Fifth Avenue. You walk down Fifth Avenue and, you know, there's these great stores, but it's on Fifth Avenue and doesn't belong on this area. So I think that summarizes it.
Okay, thank you, Tina. Okay, now back at the ranch, we've got Marty.
Thank you. I have, over the last number of years, very much appreciated the education that I have gotten, I think that we have gotten, from David's focus on the facadism that's rampant in our building, in our city. I also appreciate that we have been unable to really be effective about the interior of buildings that are being facaded. We have been told that's not our purview. All we can talk about is the outside. So I'm hoping that we can have some more leadership from you, David, about how to deal with that. I note that in these buildings, in the slides that we were shown, that there are a number of original walls that are not just the timbers, but a number of the original walls that are on the insides of the building, the existing historic buildings. And I was disappointed that developers did not pay attention to preserving those and designing around them to create an inside that would be more of a reconstruction of the original buildings that were there. I understood better the document that David prepared, and he articulated it. I subscribe to it. So I would only add some attention to the insides of those buildings. I fear that whatever happens, the light and air of the folks living in the affordable housing on 15th Street is going to be taken.
Marty, I can't hear you. Could you speak a little louder?
I thought I was doing. How's this? Is this all right? 2, 3, 5, 10. The last number was 10. So I'm sorry about the light and air that might be lost for those folks. But the reality is that they can build on the non-historic part of the property. We have little to say about that, and David takes that into account in what he's doing, in what his position is. So subscription to what David said. I'm also hoping, one more point, that something will be said in the letter about not only preserving the row houses, which others of you have just talked about, but in increasing the number of affordable housing that's developed in this set of complexes. Thank you.
Marty, I just didn't catch your last thing. Say in the letter, develop more affordable housing? Is that what you say?
Yeah, they claim 15 units of affordable housing. Why not raise that number somewhat?
Okay. Okay, I think I got it. Back to you, Viren.
Oh, Jessica's here. Betty, Jessica's here.
Gosh, I missed everybody. Oh, Jessica.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Betty. I would really echo a lot of what Brad said, and just also tie in, which is essentially to provide my approval for this development, and also to acknowledge what Kit said, which is that essentially I think a lot of developers come in having offered quite a bit less, and that these developers seem, at least I think this is what Kit said. Apologies if it shouldn't be attributed to him, but that we have an opportunity here to essentially try to negotiate for what more we want. But they've come in developing the space less fully than they have the ability to do. They've done this affordable piece. I think, as we've noted, these buildings, as Bert noted, these buildings haven't been touched in over 160 years. And so the conditions and preservation is great, but if these are bricks of sand, I mean, there are limits. So I think we should be clear on how we can work with this developer, who I personally feel has acted with pretty good intent to make this something that we can celebrate in the Chelsea, in this Chelsea Historic District.
Thank you. Let me just.
Now, Viren?
No. I just want to go back so I understand what you were saying, Jessica. Okay. Can you come back to us, Jessica?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. That you liked what Brad said and you liked what Kit said. And Brad said he likes it as proposed, as is. And Kit said he favors an in-between solution. And so I wanted to know where you were going.
I guess I'm saying I would be very comfortable with it as is, but I recognize that this is a body of consensus building. And so I'm fine to move to some median option. But in particular, something that Kit said that resonated with me was the idea that I think the developers have come in, offering, having been good actors. And again, Kit, I apologize if you didn't actually say that, but my sense of your remarks was, well, I think they have been good good actors in this. And I think that should be recognized, and that we don't have to rake them over the coals to get them to be good actors. They've already come in, unlike other developers, where, we play this tug of war and end up basically where we're starting in this case.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we're on to Viren.
Hi, I sort of agree with quite a few things that David has sort of narrated very eloquently. I'm not a preservationist, but at the same time, I also recognize that the owners and architects have come with good intent, and they're willing to work with us. So we have to find a solution that sort of meets halfway, or some ways closer to what everyone's happy about. So I would sort of propose a range from 4 to 6 story tall in the back. And totally appreciate everything else that the sort of owners are doing. Not a great fan of token facadism, but that's the best we get. That's what we take.
Okay. Viren, just so I understand, so you favor a compromise range 4 to 6 stories. Is that in both the historic and the non-historic parts, or it's different in one part or the other part? What was
No,
your take?
I think we don't have a say in non-historic parts. So I would sort of stay away from that, but only for the historic district portion, I would be happy with the maximum of 6 stories.
Oh, so 4 stories in the historic area.
4 to 6 stories. I'm sorry, 4 to 6 stories in the historic portion, and the non-historic portion they can build up to whatever they are allowed to build up to.
Oh, okay. I'm glad you clarified that. Okay, whatever height. Okay, whatever height. Okay. Okay. This is complicated, guys. This is not an easy one.
Betty, before we move on to the next round, Lowell is an official member and participating. Has his hand raised, so should we call on him?
Okay, Lowell. Wait. It's unmute.
Yep, there it is.
Thank you.
I started the video and I forgot to unmute. I am not going to pass judgment on this project one way or another. I'm not a member of this committee. I just want to point something out that I've been hearing, that I'm listening to here. I just want to point out that these developers are not doing anything for us on affordability. They were required to maintain those 15 units. They couldn't wipe them out under the law. So keep that in mind. They're not doing anything for us on affordability. All they did is consolidate them. They would have been required to keep those anyhow. So Marty pointed out that they should give us more. Unless they're giving us more, affordability should not be part of this discussion because they're not doing us any favors.
Okay. That's it? Okay.
Thank you, Lowell.
Okay, so I think that leaves it to Paul and I.
So I'd like, just sort of, given that it's 10 o'clock at night, and we still have, an actual vote to take on this,
Right.
I'd like to just tackle a couple of quick things that came up. First, on the, there's been a mixed view of the renovations, whether they're good or bad, value in renovation. If we deny them, they won't have any renovation. So there's a mixed view on that. There seems to be a consensus, though, that some form of building will be going in, whether that's 4 stories, 6 stories, 4 stories in the LPC boundaries, anything what they want outside of LPC boundary in a stepped fashion or whatever. So I think I'd like to see if we can't get our focus, as Betty said at the beginning, on let's tackle some very specific row house concerns. Let's tackle some very specific tower concerns, and let's try to move through at a faster pace. But in terms of a couple of phrases, a couple of issues that came up. David, the preservation easement, you mentioned specifically you want them to come back to us with a preservation easement prior to us approving a 6-story building. But in fact, the LPC hearing is on the 12th of May. So I don't know that it's actually feasible for us to say, deny, come back to us, we'll reassess and come back with an easement, I'm sorry. I think that the developer has, as it was pointed out through Andrew Berman, there have been discussions about a preservation easement. The applicant seems committed to trying to get that done. I think that we can emphatically stress that it's important to us. I don't know if it's realistic to say easement or we don't give you anything. only because then we lose our say in the process. So respectfully, I think that let's have a quick round on that one about whether or not we think asking them to come back with the easement makes sense before we have the other discussions. Is that acceptable to people?
I see heads are nodding. Does everyone understand what Paul has just said?
I'd like to say something. I mean, I know everybody spoke. This is multiple meetings, a lot of prep work for this. I mean, I think someone should make a point and say, this is what we want to vote on. To go around and around and around and around and again, I think everybody's made their point. We've all done a lot of homework before this meeting. I mean, that's my opinion. If we want to go around, I'm not the chair, but I would like someone to say, this is what we want to put in the letter. I mean, at this point, I think we should do that.
In response to Paul.
All right, but hold on, David. David, just one second on the, I'll give you, let's have you respond. But Brad, since you are the one that is probably the most extreme perspective of the consensus of this group saying you would approve it as is with no changes, why don't you start with a motion that you think reflects the consensus that you think could happen here? I'm going to task you with that then, because you're
okay.
One extreme of this. So let's have David respond to the question about the easement, and then that'll give you a minute to think through that.
You know, unless they return to us with it in hand, we have no guarantee that it will be gotten. And we can't say to the Landmarks Commission, you need to get this from them before you issue a permit, because Landmarks will say, well, it's 15th Street is outside our district, so it's not ours. And the consultants could certainly ask Landmarks to postpone their hearing.
Well, I have the same reservations about that, about asking the applicant to go for getting the preservation easement. It takes 4 to 6 months, or at least 4 months. And given the fact that we're still in shutdown phase, that it probably will take longer, and that we risk, if we say they have to come back, we risk throwing away our opinion on the tower one way or the other, whether it's less or more, or bigger or shorter, or visible or not visible. I think that we lose that ability to express ourselves to Landmarks. That's my opinion. It's just enhancing and following up on what Paul had to say about that.
Could I suggest that we just ask the applicant now, or his representatives, if they'd be willing to postpone the Landmarks public hearing and return to us with the easement in hand?
Well, you could ask them.
Well,
I don't know that they're.
I'm going to step in and answer that, if I may, or no?
Brooke, hold on a second. I'm going to suggest that we do allow the applicant to answer the question directly, but with all due respect, Brew and George and Harry, a simple, sort of almost close to yes or no as you can get. Thank you.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Brooke.
Only because you asked me to be brief.
I know you want to say more. I know that you could talk about your commitment to the preservation of the property. I know that you're willing to discuss all that. I appreciate your brevity. It is 10:10.
But I want to say I do appreciate the briefness of your response, and I am aware of the time, and I think this discussion about the easement isn't going to go nowhere on this committee, so I think we should just move on.
All right, Brad then. So David, the work you did on that is phenomenal, and we're all in support of a preservation easement, but the conditional thing, I think, is just a challenge. I do think we need to include it. But Brad, I gave you the opportunity to present a motion for discussion. So if you're ready, let's see if we can do that.
I'd like to make a motion for discussion for the letter. First, I think it's our opportunity right now to negotiate. So it seems to be that we all agree that we like the work that's being done to the row houses except for we'd like to make an ask to preserve the rear facade as much as possible, according to what David thinks. I can understand that. I think that's something that we've never really done before, so that's something we need to consider. I also think that there seems to be a consensus to reduce the height. So I'm throwing out there the opportunity to reduce the top of the building, which they have the top facade around, and bring that down. I also think we need to, I don't know if this is a low point, do we add or do we ask, as David said, we would like the easement to be applied for. I know we can't get it before the hearing, but at least get it in there that we strongly recommend that that gets done. Those are the 3 or 4 points that I have. And if we want to talk about interiors, in the drawings I saw, they were bringing back the interiors, Martin, that showed where the original break was inside the building. If we're concerned about that, maybe we could ask them to build those piers a little bit further in the front and in the back to distinguish it a little bit more. Just an idea. Those are the 4 items I'm proposing for the letter.
Brad, could you reiterate what your proposal is for the tower?
Yes.
Let me see if I understood, Brad. You're saying a 9-story building, but remove the parapet.
Yes, reduce it. So they have it as a full height, which design-wise I like, but I can understand people wanting to reduce. So that's an opportunity where we're saying to the developer, I know you have an as of right. Can you come down and compromise a little bit so we can give you a letter that we agree with, that you can go to Landmarks with? So that's an idea that I think we discuss in other meetings.
I would propose something a little bit different than Brad. I liked your beginning and I liked your end. The middle part, I would propose that we consider, I don't know if you want to describe it as a step-down building, but something behind on the landmark portion of the property. The 2, the 3, or the 4 stories, whatever we want to decide on that, and then step back to the non-landmark portion as Brad described it.
So to clarify, Bert's position would mean anything within the LPC boundary would be at approximately 4 stories, which is not visible from the street. And the portion of the new building that is outside of the LPC boundary could be 9 stories.
It would be 9 stories without the parapet and the balcony.
Or is that reflective of your?
Excuse me.
Yep. Okay. So hold on, Pam.
Yeah.
I'll call on you next. Brad, technically it's your motion. So I just wanted to see if that.
I just want to clarify. I understood what Bert was saying, but I want to make sure we understand the point. We're going to ask for that setback on the landmarks, and they're simply going to go, they don't have enough floor area to rent, they're going to go higher. So, I just think we need to be very conscious of that. The reason they wanted to easement onto the landmark portion of it was to make a wider building, a shorter, wider building for floor plate. If we shrink that, now it's all about money. I mean, still it's about money. They're gonna want to go higher, and they're gonna want to duplex it out. So I think I will make the motion to what the board wants, but I think that's something we don't want to box ourselves into now. As Bert was saying, we're calling a 9-story building. Now we're actually going to get a tower. We're going to get something 12 stories.
Okay.
So we got to be careful.
Yep. Understood. Pam?
Well, I wanted to say that I was quite taken aback at the response to the question about whether the rent stabilized apartments were permanently rent stabilized or would they become market rentals on vacancies. And the answer I had expected was that they were locked in as rent stabilized, all 15 units. I believe—
That's what they said. That's what Brooke said.
Well, currently, because of the Democrats in the Assembly, we have new rules about that. That's not permanent. That will change with the next Republican administration. And that's not that far away necessarily, we don't know. So if we're really interested in creating and keeping permanent affordable housing units in Chelsea, we had better pay attention to that particular thing. I think the conservation easement makes a lot of sense. I know it takes a long time to get that. Would it be possible to get some solid assurance from these people that they would be willing to pursue that easement in a document that we could wave in the air, a piece of paper with signatures on it, agreeing to that?
Could you repeat that last part? Because you broke off.
She wants to have.
Wasn't that those 2 points you just made, Pam?
Yeah.
You talked about permanent stabilized apartments.
Exactly.
And your second point was also about the easement.
Correct.
They don't necessarily,
And
those are two different points.
what was your wording? It was, you would like the applicants to be willing to say in a document, willing they would pursue the preservation easement. Is that right? Is that what you said?
Some kind of a binding document that they agree that they will pursue the easement. The easement saves the house.
I get it.
Once you've got the houses saved, that would save the rent stabilized apartments.
Right, and we understand that, and I think that as Bert pointed out, it's sort of it's not going to happen. I think that it's important we included in our communications that we, as we do with every application, we push for affordable housing, and we'll push for stabilized housing, and so I agree that that is a critical issue, and we need to incorporate that somehow. And it also reflects in what Brad was talking about. In making sure that we preserve affordable units in some fashion. But whether or not we have teeth in our statement is, how we can get that accomplished. So, does anybody else want to react to Brad's motion? It hasn't even been seconded yet. It's just open for discussion now about the idea of having.
Let me just see something.
I would just repeat what Andrew Berman said, which is that if they build tall outside of the district, there's no oversight over the tower. As long as part of it is within the district, then landmarks can weigh in on its design. So that's, and I think Brad may have been referencing that.
Brad?
Yes, I think that's why I'm bringing it up. And I think we're getting a shorter, squatter building than if we go the other route, in my opinion. So if we ask for some of the preservation that we want, which is the front and the back, and some of the inside columns, is, I think, something as a board we were looking for. And I think we're going to make the statement that we want this affordable housing to be permanent, and we also want the building on 50 to be landmarked. But we know that's not going to happen before, but we're going to make our opinion on that. And then I think if we can ask to get something out of the developer is to bring that top down a little bit. And I understand our neighbors' consideration there. I mean, I think that's maybe the best we're going to get right now, in my opinion. And I think they want to put that in the letter.
Could I suggest a friendly extension of the part about the row houses, because we had talked about this a little bit before, and see if this works. Approve the exterior restoration of front walls, which includes removal of paint and stucco where necessary, brick replacement. Reflect the historic facade by adding window sills above ground level instead of floor to ceiling windows on the row house facades.
Which floor are you talking about, Betty?
The facade on 9th Avenue and 14th Street, David.
Right, but which floor are you talking about the windowsills?
Ground floor.
Ground floor.
Okay,
Yes,
so the storefront sill.
Ground level. That's the ground level. Okay. Preserve existing rear walls as far as possible. This should sound familiar, Pam. Create access points to the tower from the row houses above the second floor where needed by lowering existing window sills. In the interior spaces where there are existing common or side property line walls, preserve them or extend them at least 6 feet from the facade to delineate row house divisions and structural character as viewed from the public way. Would that is sort of encompass?
Betty,
the things
that's
that people-
in much more detail of what I was saying, but I'm fine with that. I just want to make sure the board's okay of having small windows on the storefront, because that's a vital corner that could be, we've seen things go in and out there, and these tenants are gonna want some glass. And the way it's presented now, I think it represents it well. So I'm okay with all that language, except for the shorter windows at the storefront area. David, I think you're okay with the second floor extension, right? I think that looks pretty good. I think we like the roof. I think we like the chimneys. I think I mean, you know me, David, I'm not for preserving the rear buildings, but I'm willing to, in this case, if this is where we're gonna put our line in the sand as a board, I'm okay with it. And I think we're okay with your suggestion of, Pam, of rear yard access to the new office building to try to preserve the back facade and work it out. I don't think we can get too technical on telling them to open which windows, but I'm okay with that language, Betty, except for the storefront.
Okay. But
All right.
those
I need to,
you're not
I need to ask Brad to, this is Pamela. Okay? Can I speak?
Yes, go Pam.
Okay. I'm concerned that Brad maybe is misunderstanding what we were talking about across at the bottom. It's not really reducing the glazing very much at all. It's just giving the buildings more of a sense of foundation, a base. And it's only what, David, help me out here with how high was it to come up? Was it 2 feet?
Are you talking about the bottom of the storefront?
Yes, yeah, at the street level, rather than having the glazing come all the way down to the sidewalk.
Well, I think, 2 feet might be accurate to what was there in some locations historically. It sounds about right.
Okay, and I think you can see that in many other of the buildings along 14th Street, west of 9th Avenue.
We might simply put in language that says that the new storefront should better recall historic storefronts that have been there.
That's not a recall. Yes, that's what I mean.
Well, we'll try to massage that a little bit.
Okay.
So
that the rest of the board wants, I'm okay with trying to get a better recall. But when I
like recall. I like recall.
I think that gives an opening, and also an opening to the new tenants that are coming in there. I'm okay with that, Betty.
Okay. We'll work on the wording on that. Let's just, Brad, can you restate? So I think we've got the language for the row houses in general. I sort of nod, if you think that's good. And then for the tower, would you like to repeat what you were proposing for the tower?
And for the tower, Betty, I'm proposing that they reduce their top floor. They have a large parapet up there, that glass, that is something they could reduce, that would shrink the top of the building. There's minimal mechanical equipment up there, so they don't need that full 10 feet height up there. I think that's a good ask as a board from us to take in, I think everybody's feelings about bringing it down a little bit and still having some control before it gets too high.
Okay, and then what about the part that's in the historic district? What are you saying? I mean, there was quite a bit
Betty,
of
I
discussion.
think what I was saying on that one was, I appreciate Bert's point of trying to reduce that, but if we do that, we're going to trigger the developer to go higher. We will definitely do that because they need to get rentable space. So I think a compromise is we're keeping the rear wall on the row house. We're asking for that to be extended through without keep maintaining that rear wall as much as possible. And then we're also going to come down one floor. That's what I'm proposing.
Okay, I just personally would rather that the part that is directly behind the row houses be made not visible from the sidewalk, which would be like 3 or 4 stories. I feel that is a reasonable compromise. It may be not your proposal, but so I couldn't agree with exactly the way your proposal is to basically keep the 9-story building as is, but remove the parapet, the top part. I wouldn't be comfortable with that, but you can.
Which makes it 8
you
stories.
can propose it. Hmm?
Yeah, that is what I'm proposing. I understand what you're saying, Betty, but that's what I'm proposing.
Right, that's what you're proposing. So, so maybe you should propose it into 2 sections. One is for the row houses, and then you propose it separately for the tower, and then we could vote separately for that.
I do think, Brad, that we won't get a consensus vote on an 8 or 9-story building. That's not it's solidly across all backyard district. So I just don't think that's going to pass. So we can ask that question and we can get a vote on, do people support an 8-story building or a 9-story building, as you're proposing, across the entire backyard, which crosses the LPC boundary and the non-LPC area. And then if we don't get that, then we can visit a stepped building or a tiered building.
I'm sorry, guys. My computer died after 4 hours, so I'm on my iPad.
Oh, no.
You were talking to me. I apologize.
No, I was talking to you. I think that your proposal of a solid 9-story building across the entire backyards in both LPC boundary, within LPC boundary and outside of LPC boundary, may not get approval from this committee. So I think we can.
I think everyone's got to remember, Paul. I'm talking 8 stories now. We're taking the top off.
Well, it's the parapet we're talking about, which still leaves 9 stories.
It's a behemoth. I mean, I'm sorry, I feel really strongly that this thing is a behemoth. It is visible from everywhere. I don't see why we can't limit it.
Yeah, and if you look
in a historic district, why have a historic district if we're just going to say, oh well,
And Tina, the answer to that question is that because half of this is or I'm saying half, but part of it is within the LPC district, part of it is not.
Yes, I understand that.
So the part that is in, we could easily say nothing visible from the street, follows LPC guidelines, relatively simple to do.
Right.
Build a story behind it. And Brad's point is the additional height in the non-LPC boundary portion of the site could go upwards of 12 stories.
It's a trade-off.
Hold on, and let me finish. And the other thing is that if we say to them, nothing across the entire district, they could still come back. And I think David's point is that LPC is likely to approve something at around 6 stories because they have something in their guidelines to follow that role. So I think what we're trying to do is figure out and presuppose what LPC will do and won't do and what the applicant will and won't do. We're being asked to vote on the LPC certificate of appropriateness. So I think your point is that it's a large building, and I think we're trying to find some compromise here on how we handle that.
I think the appropriateness is in the landmark part of the district of the property that we have that 3 or 4 story building, not visible from the street. And I'll take the risk of what they want to do on the non-landmark part. That's all.
Yeah, I'm with Bert on that.
I'm with Bert too.
So maybe, maybe Brad, you want to make a motion on the row house part? And then maybe we'll move to the tower part? Or do you want to just, because you were the one that made the first move.
Yeah. Brad, aren't you glad that you spoke up and I put you in this spot?
Yeah, it's okay. I'm trying to understand before I do that, Betty, and I will do what the majority says. Don't get me wrong. But when people say, you're talking about that rear courtyard. So what you're going to see is a tall, skinny tower now, instead of a wider building that's shorter. I know we want to take the chance, but a ton of money they're dealing with. The neighbor on the side got an easement. You think they're going to be more happy with even a taller building? That's not what I heard today. And I just think that we really got to watch that. If you look at that front page, Jesse, on that front, if you want to show it, I'm trying to understand where everybody's saying step it back and only have it not visible from the street. It's visible. That's what I'm not understanding. Everybody wants that to cut back. Can you imagine what that tower is going to look like, guys?
Right.
I'm not understanding. They cut back that angle there. You see it on the corner to give it a visual reference. Now if we're going to push that all the way back, guys, that tower is going to be
12 or 14.
Another 4 or 5 stories on top of this.
And Brad, you made
narrow.
Then you made
the point. It doesn't match the boxes left and right.
Right.
And the skinny tower might not be even viable or feasible considering the sort of very tiny footprint.
And that's something I was just going to say, Varen. Thank you. Both Brad and David have pointed out that if we restrict the size of what's within LPC boundary and then they grow taller height outside of the LPC boundary, then it may not be feasible floor plans and how they then tackle that.
Yeah. And I think we're trying to get a bunch out of the landmark side. So it's facade, it's a rear yard, which is a first for us. It's the access from the rear yard into the building. It's the change on the storefront, which per David's wording is fine. We want the 15th Street to become a landmark building, which I think they're agreeing to, and we're going to ask. And obviously, as Lowell said, they had to keep the affordable. We just want it permanent. That's what I'm proposing.
So Jesse, can you unshare? I'd like to be able to see more faces. I'm sorry, in gallery view. Thank you. Because I can see people's reactions and faces and movements. So,
I would just point out that the permanent affordable housing is not landmarks to say yes or no to. And, we've already gotten the no to the preservation easement.
Well, no, David, let's be clear. The no was not to the preservation easement. It was no to the preservation before they'd come back to us.
Right.
They're not going to withdraw the application and reschedule LPC hearing to get the easement to come back to us. They didn't say no to the easement. The question to them was specifically, will you delay the hearing at LPC? And the answer to that question was no. They did not answer the question about preservation. And Brooke is now nodding her head in agreement on that.
Where's Jeffrey? He likes to do the second motion quick. Who's doing second motion?
Well, Bert, you want to make a motion, Bert?
Bert, you had made the suggestion of the stepped building, half an LPC lower, half
Then
higher.
formulate that as a motion. It's formulated.
Well, I think in my opinion, this is more of an invitation for the owners to come back for a compromised version of it.
Yeah, I would rather do a motion for 6 stories. It's compatible with Samsung. It's compatible with the tallest buildings in the district. So,
all right.
And it's, David, are you saying 6 stories and not step back from the street at all? Just
no, you simply take the 13-foot glass parapet, which is pretty gratuitous anyway, plus the 3 top stories off the building. And if you then look at it, if you go back to that street view that shows the whole tower, and you imagine what it would be like without that parapet in the top 3 stories, you're actually starting to see something that looks like the precedents that were cited within the historic district that were approved.
Well, I mean, you will see the building above
it looks more like a penthouse.
above the row of houses.
Yeah, and it looks more like some kind of inexplicable penthouse rather than an even more inexplicable office tower in the backyard.
When you look at the rendition of the building, as we just saw it on the slide, and imagine it at 4 stories, that 4 stories is visible from the street.
It would be, yes.
It would be.
Right, so 4 stories, we're now talking about 4 stories, 6 stories, 8 stories across the entire thing. And then the final 5 thing is the section in LPC being 4 stories with whatever tower they can get in. Or, as Bert presented, and Viren's argument is if we say that to them, they're likely to come back to us to negotiate because that may not be a feasible floor plan for them. So why don't we?
Before we get it, and I think David said 6. I was calling it 8 because of the top. Before we go forward, keep in mind, and I think Kit said it before, Landmarks, they've already met with Landmarks. They designed this per Landmarks comments and what Landmarks wants. So, we could say 6 stories, we could call it 4 stories. They're not going to develop it yet. It just won't go. The economics isn't there. That's all I'm saying.
Can I just clarify one thing? May I just clarify one quick thing? With the parapet being 10 or 12 feet, whatever height it is, the building actually currently is 10-story tall. So when we say 9-story, we are not including the 10-story, which is the parapet height.
And that's why I'm saying, if I was saying, the 8 and David's at 6, let's call it 7 or 8. I just want to build a consensus with the board at that point.
But I have a specific reason for 6.
I know you want to compare it to the other one, but I don't really agree that it's shorter, David.
I think it may carry weight with Landmarks from having gone to their hearings after we send these letters and watching them discuss things. They don't say, gee, we have to do this because Community Board 4 is pushing for it. But if one of us goes and reads from our letter, it can plant ideas in the minds of the commissioners who then discuss the proposal. And that's what happened, for example, with terminal stores and how we got some of the windows historically preserved. And Landmarks likes to have something to base a decision on. And the fact that the designation report cites the 6-story limit that's already there and gives the district its cohesiveness, that is a virtue. And then the fact that they haven't approved anything, that's been taller than that, looking back at Samsung, that's being presented as a precedent, that's another reason. And then you've got the base of Porterhouse and the masonry base of 345, which roughly align with that. They like it when things like that align. So, maybe we could get inside the minds of the commissioners a little bit better with a very specific proposal for 6 because of lots of reasons.
Now, 6 across the whole territory.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I would go with that, David. I agree with you.
One more quick point on the 6 across all. I think I'm rarely persuaded by slippery slope arguments, but the idea that this is potentially something that could set a precedent, the concept that a property that straddles landmark and non-landmark would adhere to the 6-story landmark standard, I think is a signal that we would want to send. So I think it's both a healthy compromise and a position that we can sort of look back on and feel like was grounded in strong rationale and send a signal about what should be done in the future with properties that are in this ambiguous situation of straddling both worlds.
And I agree with that too. So.
Who just said that? Oh, Mike Noble.
Yeah, I'm back up to 6 from 4 now. So.
Okay, Mike, thanks.
Call the question.
So we have, well, Pam, there wasn't an official motion nor second. So I'm not going to force the call to question, but what I am going to say is that we now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people speaking in favor of a 6-story building. I have Bert, Pam, David, Kit, and Mike. If anybody else is in favor, and Marty and Tina.
And Colin.
I guess you could add my name. I'm
So
reluctant.
We're at a majority. We're at a majority with six stories. So I will call to the motion will read, do we support and Bert amended from 8 stories to 6 stories. The Bert's motion with the work as described by Betty to the row houses, preserving as much in the rear as possible, reducing the height of the building to 6 stories from ground up with no parapet, call for the preservation easement, ask for the piers to be pushed back from the row houses to distinguish the facades, demand for permanent affordability of housing. I'd also want to make sure that we add, as we always do, promotion of local jobs within the community board area, and also to recognize the lawyerly term of conditional precedent on the zoning classification to make sure that the zoning is as right as they have described. So that's the summary of the motion. Is there
But I
gonna
just add to the affordable housing piece.
All right, so I heard some seconds and I heard some grousing. So let's.
I'm not grousing, I'm seconding.
Okay.
I think we're being very generous.
I think we're being consensus driven here, Pam.
I think that, I think the owners and developers are also part of the community now, and they are the constituents as much as everybody else is. The fact of the matter is that when the historical preservation district lots are being merged, they should have been flagged at that point in time. And now we're looking at
Aaron, I'm going to interrupt you. I think that's a very valid point that the merger of lots should be coming before us before it all happens, because they have this FAR because of the merged lots.
Right.
We didn't get to pine in on that. I would like to be able to do that, but it's now quarter to
For another time.
let's bring that topic up in another meeting. I think it's a good meeting discussion.
Why can't you just add that as a paragraph? Everybody agrees about it.
I just got one thing to say before we vote. If the porterhouse at the time would have been in the landmark districts, we wouldn't have gotten that beautiful building. And I don't know one person in here that could sit here and say that 6 stories is better than 8. I'm going to go with the board, but I'm just pointing that out. And sometimes when, 12 people that are not major designers of beautiful buildings in the city can affect a beautiful corner like that. And it could look like a little stub on the corner behind a small stub. That's all I'm going to say. Or we're going to get a really tall, skinny thing.
All right.
But I'm going to go with the board. I'm on a board for consensus, but I said my piece.
Thank you, Brad. Elzora,
Yes,
I see that you tried to. Elzora, I see that you tried to say something. Would you like to? Is there anything you want to add specifically?
Just unmute.
And Elzora, you're still muted. So if you are trying to speak, I'm going to call on Marty next. Then.
Oh, I unmuted. I just I'm 6-8. I'm flexible. I'll vote with the board.
Thank you, Marty.
I'll vote with the board too. I would like to see a paragraph included that Varen just articulated. Is just adding a paragraph saying, "Damn you, why you didn't come to us earlier?" It's something we should be saying. And the second thing, the first thing that I was going to do before Varen spoke at all, was ask to include in the affordable housing an attempt to identify more than 15.
I mean, it's not the landmark. We can say that, but landmarks does not have jurisdiction over that topic.
And
Marty,
that may be true, but we might be talking to the developer.
Right, but Marty, I don't know where they would get additional units because this is a commercial development. But I think that we need to stress the need to lock them in as permanently affordable. But I don't know.
I mean, we could throw one thing out there. We
Yeah,
could
right.
say to them, you've got the FAR. Add some to the top of the 15th Street to give us more affordable housing, and we'll give you an 8-story building.
Oh yeah. So you want to add on to the building that we're
Oh,
trying to?
no.
Yes.
Don't do that.
Just, I mean,
We're getting so
I'll vote
close.
with the board.
In a
Just
word,
respond
Same
to Marty's
architect that did
comment.
the porterhouse. To add on to
Listen,
Could we move the
15th Street.
question along?
yes, okay, so I'm
Could
gonna,
we make it simple?
we're gonna now call to question as I summarized. Marty, I agree. Well, Betty and I will figure out some language to include Viren's comment about merging of lots allows for increased FAR, but we would appreciate LPs, these things coming to us before they're merged so that we can have more of a say. I think that's good language to add. Is there anything else?
So I think if you want to move it ahead, this has to be restated so everybody knows what they're voting for. You want me to I could restate it if.
I think
if
Paul
I
just
might.
restated it there.
Yeah,
That's how I got it.
Yeah, I'd call the question.
I restated it, Betty.
Yes.
Okay, 6 stories, period.
Basically, we're all agreeing on a 6-story with all the other language.
I'm a dissent.
Can, guys, this is Jesse. Just very clearly, just to remind everybody that the language of the letter, what we typically do in land use, even in landmarks, is say deny unless. So I just want to be understanding unless we're choosing to do something different.
I think that's fine.
Okay.
I'm okay with that.
Deny unless it's 6 stories?
Et cetera.
On and on and on.
So I think we have
So
to vote though, guys.
we
We
can-
have
now we're
to
gonna do-
say
we have
yes
to-
or no.
Do we have to do a roll call vote, right, Jesse? Jesse, you're muted.
Jesse? Jesse?
I know, and when I'm muted, saying my name multiple times, I get it.
Oh, he's getting snippy at 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah, it would be great to do a roll call vote. So if
Yeah.
everybody's unmuted, then you can go down the line and I'll mark it down.
All right, everybody unmute. So when I call your name, it's a quick, easy referral. And I have the official sheet that we use all the time. Viren?
Yes.
Jessica?
Yes.
Thank you, General Jessica. Marty? Yes. Paul votes yes. Tina?
Yes.
Elzora?
Yes.
David?
Yes.
Bert?
Yes.
Betty?
Yes.
Mike Noble?
Yes.
Brad?
No.
Kit Tollerson?
Yes.
Hector?
Yes.
Colin?
Yes, and thank you to everybody for your work on this.
And Pam Wolf.
Yes.
So motion carries. Thank you all very much.
The chair didn't vote.
Now, don't we have other business? I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I have to have dinner.
No new business.
Isn't there other stuff we go through?
No.
Yeah, I just want to thank the whole committee for all your studying up on the documents and all your listening and being very patient. And Paul and I will draft up this letter and we'll do our best.
And we'll bring it to full board for final approval as is custom. So there will be more
Where we can
discussion.
make this all over again.
No, no.
Good night, everybody.
Can there be a motion to dismiss?
Dismiss one.
Second motion.
Good night, everybody. Thank you.
Good night.
all.
Good night, guys.
Thank
Bye.
you. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you to all the attendees who are still on. I see 35 people still on as attendees. Thank you.
Jesse, great job. Thank you.
Good.
Thank you. Good
Good
night.
night. Thank you.
Adios.
Betty?
I'm